Welcome to the live broadcast of the Senate proceedings. This being the very first day of the month of March, the year is 2023. A broadcast made possible through the collaboration between the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation and the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. My name is Gladys Mungai, and I'll be taking you through the highlights in the order of business this afternoon. There is a lot for consideration before senators this afternoon, and to just give you some of the motions given priority in the order paper this afternoon is that the Chairperson Standing Committee on Matters Finance and Budget will be moving a motion on the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Finance on the 2023 medium-term debt management strategy, that the Senate does adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the 2023 medium-term debt management strategy. And this particular report was laid on the table of the Senate yesterday afternoon. Another motion for consideration by members is the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Matters Budget, and senators will be resuming debate on this particular motion on finance and budget on the 2023 budget policy statement. This particular motion is equally by the Chairperson Standing Committee on Matters Finance and Budget. The Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill, Bill number 5 of the year 2022 by Senator Danson Mungatana, is a bill that senators will be making their input on in this afternoon session. And so is the County Vocational Education and Training Bill, Bill number 3 of the year 2022. The Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, a bill originally from the Senate, a bill by Senator Danson Mungatana, is a bill that senators will be considering this afternoon. Another bill by Senator Mungatana is a Preservation of Human Dignity and Enforcement of Economic as well as Social Rights Bill, this being Senate Bill number 7 of the year 2022. The provision of free sanitary towels to end period poverty is a motion before senators this afternoon by nominated Senator Gloria Orwoba. The senator for Marsabit County has a motion on the institution of measures to curb the incessant high electricity costs in Kenya. They're aware of energy is an essential factor of the production of total consumption as a major determinant of performance of the economy, with its cost and reliability sparring and stifling economic growth. There has been a significant growth in the demand of electricity in Kenya, and this demand is driven by economic growth and increased efforts towards rural electrification. And while the supply has been constrained, and this is due to other factors and over-reliance on hydroelectric power generating from plants that have been negatively impacted by the perennial drought experience in the country. Noting, therefore, that there has been imbalance in the demand and supply of power, coupled by payments by Kenya Power and Lighting Company, and this is for the produced power not consumed by, and also matters fluctuation in the foreign exchange rates contributing to the high cost of electricity. The House will be considering that particular motion. The Speaker of the Senate is in the chambers this afternoon. I now hand over for the live broadcast. Enjoy your viewing. Rube.
Whom we have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advise the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and to those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Sergeant at times, kindly ring the bell for 5 minutes.
The quorum bell is currently on, and this is following the fact that the Senate doesn't have the requisite numbers to transact business this afternoon. And that particular bell you can hear from your end follows a directive by the Speaker, Emerson Kingi, that the quorum bell rings for quite some time. And this is provided for in the standing orders for 10 minutes to allow for more senators to make their way into the chamber this afternoon. Enhancing highway safety and convenience is another motion that is set for consideration by senators this afternoon. And this particular motion is by the NARI Senator Wahome Wamatinga and Senator Mohamed Faki, the senator for Mombasa, that are aware of 67% of road crash facilities, or fatalities rather, and injuries in the country comprises of the economically productive age groups of between 15 and 64 years, and that the importance of good post-crash care reduces deaths and disability, as well as suffering for road crash survivors, and creates the urgent need for effective emergency medical care system. And this is as well as elements and processes on our highways.
I want to confirm that we do have quorum, and therefore we shall proceed with the business of the day today. Clerk, first order, please.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, visiting students from the Karatina University Political Science Association, KUPSA. The delegation comprises of 40 students who are in the Senate for a one-day academic exposition and workshop. I will proceed to read their names so that we know exactly who they are. And once I call out your name, kindly be upstanding so that the senators can acknowledge you. Patrick Dungu Wangui. Sangsi Shadrach. Lynette Akoth. Jackson Karanja Karuiru. Caroline Muthura. Hamston Okwach. Peace Maina. Emmanuel Ndungi. Vincent Karanja. Zakaria Ombati. Kiprotich Kipchumba. Elijah Mwangi. Abong Samson Ochieng. Mark Collins Kalama. Solomon Diritu. Were Stallon. Kevin Uhuru, Mary Wambui, Bromik Russell, Alvin Kinyo Mwangi, Frederick K. Ngetich, Enoch Makori Ogamba, Sherry Adhiambo Rodi, Kavirian Otieno, Emmanuel Kipchumba, Barasa Nyongesa Javan, Peter Kingori, Wilkster Awori, Maslin Thuo, Kageni Mwende, Cynthia Kawira, Viola Jerop, Veronica Katumo, Christine Lepire, Margaret Waithera, Harrington Epae, Nelson Kamau, Eva Macharia, Job Makone, and lastly, Franklin Obinchu. In our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, honorable senators, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. I will allow Senator Wamatinga to welcome the delegation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for hosting the students from Karatina University Political Science Group. Mr. Speaker, sir, Karatina University is one of the new institutions in Kenya that is situated at the slopes of Mount Kenya. As you've noticed, reading out the names, Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a composition of students from across the country. It is the face of Kenya. And these being political science students, Mr. Speaker, sir, these are the readers we are looking upon tomorrow to deliver this country to where we want it to be. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is indeed in these institutions of higher learning that we are anchoring the future of this country. It is our hope and our prayer that the students will take this opportunity to learn as much as they can do and take it home, so that as they prepare to take the next level of leadership in this country, they'll have learned a lot. It is also my pressure, Mr. Speaker, sir, to congratulate the students of Karatina University. It is an environment that's very, very conducive, lying in the middle of a tea-growing area. Karatina University prides itself being one of the leading institutions that has endeavored to put environmental studies in a rightful place, especially in the wake of climate change in this country. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, I take this opportunity to welcome the students, and on my behalf and constituents of NARI County, I want to thank you for organizing yourself into an effective group and wanting to learn more, because tomorrow belongs to those who will grab the opportunity and get what it takes, like in education and the skills that they learn along in life to take this country forward. I would also want, Mr. Speaker, sir, to thank the students of Karatina University for overwhelmingly having elected the Kenya Kwanza government and supporting it and putting it in place. And on my behalf, Mr. Speaker, sir, let me also thank them for supporting me to be the Senator of NARI, and I'll be looking forward after this to have a word with them. Thank you very much, and welcome to the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Senators, I have a further communication to make. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, a visiting delegation from the County Assembly of Vihiga. The delegation comprises members of the County Assembly of Vihiga who are on a one-day study tour with the County Public Investment and Special Funds Committee of the Senate. Honorable Senators, I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that he may be acknowledged in the Senate traditional way. Honorable Vincent Atsia, Minority Leader. Atsiaya, that's the Minority Leader. The Honorable Paul Tiira, Deputy Minority Leader and Vice Chair of the Public Accounts and Investment Committee. Honorable David Onjiri, Chairperson, Environment and Water Committee. The Honorable Michelle Sticker, Vice Chairperson, Environment and Water Committee. And lastly, Rachel Siamba, CEO, Public Accounts and Investment Committee. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome and wish you a fruitful visit here at the Senate. I will call upon Senator Osotsi to give welcoming remarks to the delegation from Vihiga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honorable members of County Assembly of Vihiga for paying us a visit. Mr. Speaker, the honorable members have just attended a meeting of the County Public Investment and Special Funds Committee, where we are looking into the issues of Amadzi Water Company. And they played a big role in supporting the committee in that regard. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage this kind of partnership between the Senate and the County Assembly, especially in our committees. When we are looking at matters, various matters in our committees, I think it is a good practice to invite the leaders of the relevant committee, because they have primary information on some of those things. Mr. Speaker, the MCS play a big role in oversight. They perform primary oversight, and as a Senate, we need to strengthen that role, because if primary oversight does not work, then definitely secondary oversight will have challenges. Mr. Speaker, as I'm talking to you now, I am very depressed because SRC has mishandled MCS. They reduced significantly their salaries, and now SRC is asking MCS to pay additional tax on reimbursed carburants. I think, honorable senators, this is a matter that I want to kindly ask that we need to have a conversation around it, because we cannot see our partners in oversight process being frustrated by a constitutional body that is supposed to promote the rights of all of us. So I think Honorable Cheregei is very good in these things. We will look into it to see that MCAs who live in the villages, who interact with our people on a daily basis, are living decent lives and are able to perform the oversight role in a dignified manner so that they can support our role as our role under Article 96 to protect counties. Mr. Speaker, I welcome the Honorable MCAs to this House. Thank you.
What is the point of order, Senator Boni?
Nothing is out of order. I'm just rising to seek for your indulgence because of the beautiful mosaic of our community. The MCAs in the gallery now are just as much as they are my MCA as they are for the Senator Osotsi, if I could just acknowledge him, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, allow me to send the MCAs to go and greet the governor and the rest of the MCAs back home. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge the MCAs to deliberately create partnership with the MCAs of Kakamega, especially for purposes of realizing cross-cutting projects. Like now, we have a road which we have fixed on the Kakamega side, but from the Eregi Junction all the way to Chandumba, we do not have the tarmac. This speaks to the fact that the county government of Kakamega is not talking to the county government of Vihiga and vice versa. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like them to go with the good news to the people back home that I've just held consultations with government and gone out of my way to ensure that the road from Majengo all the way to Hamisi, Shamahoho, Kaimosi, all the way to Muhudu, Museno, and Inekolomani will be fixed in this financial year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, what is your point of order, Senator Chirange?
Mr. Speaker, as I'm seeking your indulgence, since I'm the Vice Chair of Public Accounts Committee in the Senate, and I can see there is my counterpart of the Vice Chair of Public Accounts from Vihiga, I want to extend a warm welcome on your behalf and also to our committee. I think they went to Public Investment Committee. As Public Accounts Committee, Mr. Speaker, sir, will be more gracious to host on your behalf and guide upon the support of the office. Secondly and finally, Mr. Speaker, as my brother Senator Otsotsi, SRC is on a mission not only to kill MCAs but to dismember them. Because how do you put tax on a car grant? And that is why I said yesterday, SRC is nowadays usurping powers that does not belong to them. The SRC role, Mr. Speaker, is just to advise. If we are not careful, in the words of a famous philosopher, it will be like when they came for the MCA, no one spoke for them. When they come for governors, no one spoke for them. When it will come before the Senate, Mr. Speaker, there will be no one to speak for us. That is why MCAs are grassroots leaders. Mr. Speaker, you have experience of more than 10 years as a governor. And you know the first line, whenever a problem happens in the village, the first person, if it is funeral arrangement, Mr. Speaker, pre-wedding, wedding, even baby showers and birthday parties, the first line of defense for ordinary Mwananchi is to rush to a local MCA. And Mr. Speaker, MCAs play a very critical role, and I want to appeal to government. I saw my MCAs, they were complaining that a TSC director was calling them out when they went to his office, even demanding that they kneel before the director of TSC so that they can be served, Mr. Speaker. This shows the disdain attitude that the SRC continues to show towards Mr. Speaker, towards the MCAs, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, SRC must be stopped on their tracks. It is unconstitutional and illegal what they are doing. And we will stand with the MCAs, Mr. Speaker, finally, because if you cripple MCAs, Mr. Speaker, you are crippling devolution. Because if they don't have resources, facilities that they can do primary oversight at the county or grassroots level, Mr. Speaker, is very unfortunate. And therefore, I want to assure the MCAs that they have the blessings and the commitment of the Senate towards ensuring their welfare, to facilitate them to serve their people, Mr. Speaker. So I wish them well, and I hope Senator Otsosi will be gracious enough to ensure I sign their T. When you give us, when we'll be on recess, I don't mind signing their T on their behalf, because I notice a number of them, Mr. Speaker, they are members also of Kenya Kwanza. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for this honor.
Thank you. Enough of that order. Next order, clerk.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Honorable Senators, I hereby report to the Senate that a petition has been submitted to the Senate by Mr. John Tsuma concerning eviction and demolition of the Buxton Estate, Movita constituency in Mombasa County. As you're aware, under Article 1191 of the Constitution, and I quote, "Every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including enacting, amending, or repealing any legislation." Honorable Senators, the silent issues raised in this petition are as follows. 1, that the petitioners were residents of Buxton Estate, owned by the county government of Mombasa until 5th March 2021, when they were evicted by the county government inspectorate personnel. 2, that in the year 2016, the county government of Mombasa formulated a Vision 2035 project which sought to modernize the county housing estates. Buxton Estate was one of the estates, and the residents moved to court to challenge the project, as there was neither public participation conducted on the project, nor did the resettlement plan comply with the law. 3rd, that the Land and Environment Court ordered the developer to provide a resettlement plan that would comply with the law. However, the developer did not comply with the court order. That in the year 2020, a new bid to modernize the estates was awarded to a different developer from that of the year 2016. The developer conducted public participation. However, the concerns raised by residents of Buxton Estate were not properly addressed. 5th, that the residents moved to court and sought injunctive orders to stop the project until the issues were addressed. However, the court dismissed the injunction application. Thereafter, the county inspectorate started the demolition of the estate on the 5th March 2021, and that the petitioners sought redress from the Mombasa County government. However, their grievances for compensation and resettlement have not been addressed to date. The petitioner therefore prays that the Senate intervenes in this matter with a view to ensuring that the residents of Buxton Estate are compensated and resettled in accordance with the law. Now, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 237, I shall now allow comments, observation, or clarifications in relation to the petition for not more than 30 minutes. Now that we only have 30 minutes, I propose we limit the speech or comments or contribution per speaker or per senator at 3 minutes, so that we can have as many of you contributing to this petition. Senator Mungatana.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to this petition. Mr. Speaker, Buxton is a place in whose neighborhood I grew up. When I was young, my father used to work in Mombasa. And so Buxton is a place we used to have friends, and it's a neighborhood that is familiar with me. Mr. Speaker, the issues that this petition wishes to address are critical. The biggest question is the compensation of the people who were originally living there. Mr. Speaker, they were paying very little money to the municipal government
which now is the county government. The county government has come up with this program of PPP, and they want to modernize the place. Mr. Speaker, I truly support the fact that a private developer has come to improve that neighborhood. Mr. Speaker, for those who lived in Mombasa in those years when we were younger, that Buxton area is totally different from what it is today. Mr. Speaker, new model housing, modern housing, beautiful housing, very beautiful places are coming up. And Mr. Speaker, looking from the drawings of the architecture and the way the project is progressing, I think we should encourage the finishing to completion of that project so that people can see the new face of Buxton and the new county picture. It's a beautiful place. But Mr. Speaker, they must balance that with the compensation of the individuals who have been displaced. They must balance that with the families that have lived in those estates for forever, because it used to be the father who is working in the county government gives the house to his son, the son gives it to his son, and it used to go like that because it was controlled rentals and the payments were very, very, very small. But, Mr. Speaker, having said all this, I pray that this petition, as it is referred to the relevant committee, Mr. Speaker, they give a balanced opinion so that the development does not stop, but at the same time, the views of the people are accommodated and the compensation issues are addressed, because
Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know this petition is properly before the House, but the content almost sounds like it is frivolous. Because, Mr. Speaker, Buxton Estate, as we know it, is not ancestral land. People who have had the opportunity to stay in these houses, when they come of age and they retire, they should not then start looking at such public property as theirs, whereupon they insist that they hand them over to their children and the children of their children, to the extent that today, the governor of Mombasa, Joho, former, had grand ideas of improving and modernizing housing in Mombasa. And people want to stand in his way so that we are using our cities improperly. If anything, this Senate should help the County Assembly of Mombasa and help the government of Mombasa to move these people out so that the new houses are constructed, and if they want a stake, they can be given the first charge on an opportunity to own a flat within the improved the construction, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having said this, you know, Senator Cherargei, he comes from a place where the only time they come
Senator
to Mombasa.
Boni, proceed with your contribution.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge him, that he should leave, those of us who know Kenya, speak to Kenyan issues. He only came to Nairobi when he was coming to the university. This one, I know him. Mr. Speaker, sir, on a very serious note, if you go to an island like the island in Hong Kong, they have made maximum use of the island. I would expect that an estate like Buxton and other estates on the island should have.
I'm afraid the time is up.
I support.
Senator Boni. Senator
Yeah.
Cherargei.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't want to get into the bullfighting for now. Mr. Speaker, what I want to support the petitioners. This petition is properly before the House. Mr. Speaker, what we are having in this country is unfortunately what we call infrastructural evictees. We have to use to forest evictees, we have had squatters. In this country, we are creating another set of evictees, and they are called infrastructural evictees, Mr. Speaker. This issue of Buxton has appeared before the Senate before, and I am sitting next to the chair of transport, and I was asking him where he can cross-check his legacy report and see where there is the issue of Buxton. This is the human rights abuse. The basics and tenets of human rights, Mr. Speaker, is access to proper housing and affordable. And the law is very clear. If Mombasa County government or any agency wants to evict people of Buxton, they must be compensated. If it is about compulsory acquisition, the Constitution is very clear. There is no two-way about it. And I hope my majority whip is taking notes, because I am a working Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to government and even agencies. I saw, Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to government agencies. Before you evict people, like what happened in Ruai, in this city every day, let us follow the law. Don't just evict Kenyans for the sake of experience, Mr. Speaker. Even if the president wants the affordable housing to succeed, and we suppose the president to do that, Mr. Speaker, let it be done in humane manner, compensation, follow the rule of law, Mr. Speaker, and therefore I support this petition, and I hope when it comes, we can be invited to be part of the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wafula.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Jambo ambalo linadhihirika wazi katika yale ambayo tunajadili ni kwamba kuna viongozi dhalimu ama serikali dhalimu ambazo hazifuati sheria, ama wananchi wanapoenda kotini na uamuzi unachukuliwa, wao jitwika mzigo wa kiubabe na kuwafurusha wananchi kutoka makazi yao. Mimi naomba kwamba japo serikali ya kaunti inataka kubadilisha sura ya kaunti, lazima wawe na utu mioni mwao, wawe na kile tunasema kuhusisha kwa wananchi katika mjadala wa kukubali kwamba mradi huo unatosha, kisha wapeane maeneo mbadala pale ambapo wananchi hawa watahamia, na vile vile wakubaliane na wananchi kwamba tunapohama mahali hapa, mradi utakapokamilika tupewe nafasi ya kwanza kuishi katika maeneo haya. Ukiangalia katika maeneo kadhaa nchini Kenya, wale ambao furusha hawapewi nafasi, na wale ambao wanajenga miradi hii huwa na vikundi vile ambavyo tunasema kwa kimombo cartels, ambao mradi unapokwisha watu washagawana vyumba, wameanza kuishi kabla miradi jaisha. Sasa haya ambayo wameleta kwenye bunge ni mambo ambayo yanaendelea hivi sasa katika maeneo mbalimbali ya kaunti, kwa sababu makaunti yanawaza kwamba jinsi serikali ya Kenya Kwanza inaenda kujenga vyumba mbalimbali kwa wananchi, ni haki kwao kuwafurusha watu haraka haraka ili wanufaike na pesa za serikali. Lazima utu uwepo, lazima sheria ifuatwe, lazima watu wahusishwe, na kila mtu apate haki yake katika nchi ya Kenya. Sasa mimi naunga mkono yale ambayo watu hao wanaleta kwenye Senate, na naomba tume ambayo ama kamiti ambayo inahusika na mambo haya iende ndani kwa kina, ihakikishe kwamba Mkenya halalamiki wala haangaiki kujivunia kwa Mkenya. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Veronica Maina.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for this opportunity. I am very conversant with the Buxton estate, having worked in Mombasa for over 10 years and actually lived within the Buxton estate. And it is true, there is a good intention to modernize that estate, and it's an important step towards helping Kenyans achieve or realize the second generation of rights, which form part of what is accorded to citizens under the Constitution of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, however, we have seen a trend in Kenya where when people are required to move out of a certain zone for upgrade or development of housing units, we have very violent evictions happening or forceful removal of citizens from areas where they're supposed to pave way for development, Mr. Speaker, sir. Now, the purpose of public participation is, first of all, to note the concerns that are raised by residents in such an area. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, my concern would be that public participation may have been conducted, but those concerns are just simply left in the shelves or in the books. Mr. Speaker, sir, we should develop a trend where before those developments happen, those issues are addressed, and compensation of anybody who is moved out should be mandatory, and failure to which, then they get a right to be among the first people to be assigned those units that will be developed, Mr. Speaker, sir. So I believe, Mr. Speaker, sir, this petition is properly before this House, and I support the petition by the residents of Buxton that these issues be addressed, so that the same kitty that is paying for the development of these units should be able to cater for what needs to be compensated to anyone who's been moved out and whose rights will be extinguished upon the upgrade being done, Mr. Speaker, sir. Therefore, I rise to support the petition and to affirm the rights of residents or any person who has lived in an area who requires compensation to be granted and awarded that compensation as development is happening to upgrade. But the upgrade is a good thing. It's a promise of Kenya Kwanza government to Kenyans, and it should be allowed to continue, but while respecting the rights of the citizens.
Senator Kinyua.
Asante Bwana Spika. Nimesikiza dua hiyo kwa makini sana Bwana Spika. Na nilipokuwa nikisikiza nikasikia malalamishi na malalamiko ya wale ambao waliokuwa wanaongea. Lakini Bwana Spika, jambo ambalo limenistua ni kiranja wetu alioko hapa. Kwa sababu yeye namjua ni mtetezi wa walalahoi na wanyonge. Bwana Spika, mimi vile ambavyo najua serikali yetu ya Kenya Kwanza imekuja kwa kauli mbiu ya kutetea walalahoi na wanyonge. Huo ndio msimamo wetu dhabiti. Na sina shaka pangu rohoni ninatetea, na nikisema ya kwamba Bwana Spika, ukiangalia hawa watu wa Buxton pale pwani ni watu ambao wako pale kihalali, kwa sababu ikiwa mzazi wa mtu ameishi pale, mtoto amekuja akaishi pale, wajukuu hata na vitukuu Bwana Spika, hata ijapokuwa serikali inasema ya kwamba wanataka kuwajengea nyumba zinazofaa, lakini ni vizuri waulizwe, kwa sababu sheria yetu ya Kenya inasema ni vizuri watu wahusishwe kabla jambo lote halijafanywa. Kwa sababu usipowahusisha Bwana Spika, hata sheria yenyewe inasema haupaswi kufanya vizuri, uzuri ule unapaswa kuonekana umefanywa Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri wale watu wa Buxton wahusishwe Bwana Spika, wanapaswa kuwa wamepewa. Na ukiangalia sheria zetu za Kenya zinasema tuwapewe nyumba, malezi mazuri, na ni jukumu ya serikali Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo hawaombi dua kando na maneno ambayo yanasemwa kisheria. Nimesikia Senator Cherargei, na ni kweli Senator Cherargei kwa kimasuala ya kisheria yeye amebombea, sina shaka rohoni, na amesema na mimi namuunga mkono. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri ombi hilo na kamati ambayo itashughulikia haya mambo waangalie kwa kindani, na si huko peke yake Bwana Spika. Kuna watu wengi katika Jamhuri ya Kenya wanaoishi maisha ya kusononeka na maisha ya uchochole Bwana Spika, na ni vizuri waangaliwe wote. Kamati ambayo najua itashughulikia haya mambo iangalie haya mambo ya kwa kindani, na sisi wote tuangalie katika sehemu zote ambazo tunataka. Bwana Spika, kwetu Laikipia shida tulionayo, ukienda mahali panaitwa Marmanet, kuna watu walifurushwa makwao, sasa wanaishi katika barabara, mahali ambapo hakuna choo, hakuna shule. Unawaangalia Bwana Spika, unashindwa kama wanaishi Jamhuri ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo kusiangaliwe Buxton peke yake Bwana Spika, watembelee sehemu zingine, waje Laikipia, waende Rumuruti, waende mahali kunaitwa Majengo na Nyuki, paka Maina Village, kwa sababu hawa ni wa Kenya na ni jukumu ya serikali kuwalinda na kutetea maisha ya wananchi wa Kenya. Bwana Spika, mimi naunga mkono hiyo dua.
Senator Hamida, I can see you've pressed for intervention. Proceed.
Asante Bwana Spika, na mimi nataka kuunga mkono Bwana Spika. Na zungumzia nikiwa na uchungu sana. Buxton ni nyumbani. Nyanya yangu, tutasema ni bibi yangu kwa Kiswahili kile kingine, ameishi hapo zaidi ya miaka 50 na ametolewa. Nikizungumza hii nasikia mpaka niko na emotions, samahani kwa kuchanganyisha Bwana Spika, lakini wameumia sana watu wa Buxton. Kwa sasa wote walifurushwa na kule walipelekwa, na chochote kile walipewa, kusema kweli ilikuwa ni duni sana ya wao kuweza kupata nafasi ya kuweza kupata mahali pengine. Kusema kweli naunga mkono sana kwa hii petition ya kuwa lazima wao waweze kuangaliwa, waweze kusaidiwa na wapate nafasi ili wapate nafasi nzuri ya kuishi vile walikuwa wameishi, Bwana Spika. Nyumba zenyewe, Bwana Spika, tangu hapo zilikuwa zimedhoofika na watu walitumia pesa nyingi kwa wingi sana kuweza kujaribu kutengeza nyumba zao, na saa zile walikuwa wanaondolewa, nyumba walikuwa wameshazitengeza vilivyo na hawakulipwa. Zile pesa walipewa hazikutosha ile kiwango kile walitumia. Kwa hivyo naunga mkono, Buxton ni nyumbani, watoto wetu, ndugu zangu wengine wamezaliwa hapo, na naomba kusema kweli Wakenya watusaidie, wengine tuunge mkono sote kuwa watu wa Buxton wapewe nafasi yao na wapewe hadhi zao. Watu wengi wale walikuwa wamefanya kazi walikuwa hata wamesha retire wakiwa bado Buxton, wakiwa vijana mpaka wameretire. Kwa hivyo hadhi zao pia waweze kushikiliwa, kuwa na wao pia waishi kama watu wengine. Asante Bwana Spika, na mimi naunga mkono.
Senator Asige Crystal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, Mombasa is my home county. As you know, I was born and I was raised there until I actually just moved to Nairobi recently. And Mr. Speaker, another reason why Buxton and this petition is so close to my heart is because my father, when he was just a young lawyer, just after passing the bar, Senior Counsel Jeff Asige bought and rented his first accommodation right there at Buxton. That's where I met my beautiful mother, and that's where they started their family. And here I am. Mr. Speaker, I am trying to illustrate the generational wealth that has come about in Buxton Estate. It's not just a place, as you know, that is just a transit area. It is very central to Mombasa and has had generations of families growing up there and building their lives there and building their wealth there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you move somebody out of their accommodation that they have rightfully owned and pursued, Mr. Speaker, it brings into question natural justice. Mr. Speaker, housing is a right, as you know, and having people being moved out without public participation, without inclusive public participation, whereby their views and their worries are taken into account, and for them to be compensated equitably, Mr. Speaker, becomes a huge problem. I personally, Mr. Speaker, know of persons with disabilities living in Buxton. Right now, they're the ones who are suffering probably more than the non-disabled who may be living in Buxton at the moment because of this petition and this eviction that is happening. Mr. Speaker, I wonder how much public participation that has been inclusive when developers have been speaking to the residents of Buxton. Have they been considering persons with disabilities, how they need to be moved, where they need to be placed that is accessible? Mr. Speaker, how they need to be given reasonable adjustments so that when they are moved for temporary purposes, then their needs and their challenges are not further exacerbated by the issues stated in this petition. Mr. Speaker, I absolutely support this motion, and I want to assure persons with disabilities that I know personally that are living in Buxton that I will continue to support the motion however where I can. And Mr. Speaker, I wish that persons with disabilities, especially that are living in Buxton right now, would be given a fair opportunity and a dignified temporary accommodation. Thank you.
Senator Cheptumo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, prior to 2010, it was not possible for any Kenyan facing such situations to have support from Parliament. Our 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, under Article 119 is really helping the Kenyan people to be assisted by this House in a situation like the one which happened in Mombasa, in Coast. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners really agree that the land belongs to the county government of Mombasa. Their concern is the manner in which the fiction was undertaken, without due regard to notice, without regard to decency and respect for rights of the people. And Mr. Speaker, this is really very unfortunate, not only in Mombasa, but in very many parts of our country, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to support that this House, Mr. Speaker, shall be the refuge of the citizens that are being affected the way it is happening in this particular situation. And I would like to call upon all organs of government, whether national government, county governments, Mr. Speaker, that it is important that we execute this kind of situations in a very humane way, so that, Mr. Speaker, we safeguard the dignity of our people. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you affect people, you disrupt their lives completely, their children, and even the old population in that particular situation. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we have regard for the well-being of our people. And I want to support this, and I believe that this House and the committee responsible will take the responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the residents of Mombasa affected shall have their compensation adequately, so that, Mr. Speaker, they feel proud of being Kenyans and being protected by the Constitution 2010. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Tabitha Kerocha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I rise to support the petition for the Buxton residents. And I really want to sympathize with them, because I come from an area that is Nakuru County, where a lot of IDPs, that's where they are. And up to this minute, none has ever been compensated. So mine is just to request how the Buxton people will be compensated, as I'm working to bring a petition in this House to ensure that our people who suffered all this time, the Nakuru County people, even after post-election violence, there are so many people who are misplaced. And I know during our campaign with His Excellency, the President, Dr. William Ruto, he promised that they will be compensated. But even as we are waiting for that, I'm going to table a petition so that we can quicken the process, because if you go and see where these people are living, it's really devastating, and they should be compensated with immediate effect. And I really wish that we don't keep on having people get to suffer like the way we've seen our Nakuru people suffer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wamatinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. As much as I realize, I have a mixed feeling whether I should support or oppose. Mr. Speaker, sir, this government is talking about building 100 dams that will be constructed in lands that belong to communities. What we know is that rich individuals have gone out where infrastructure development are taking place. They buy land for speculative purposes and then won't wait until the projects come, then they ask for compensation. It is the high time, Mr. Speaker, sir, we as a House look at the issue of compensation, because development, as much as it is needed, it must be built on a certain piece of land. It is really unfortunate that we Kenyans have been held hostage. Any development that's coming, we have these people, Mr. Speaker, sir, getting the big chunk of money, now going into the new approach of private-public partnership. Mr. Speaker, sir, the question arises, how do you address the issue of compensation in an equation where you're bringing in investor? Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is my request to this House that we look at this issue with a lot of sobriety. We ask ourselves, moving forward, and we need development. How do we get it? If we make land such an emotive issue that is so costly that it makes it unaffordable for investors that we are trying to attract. As much as I support the people to be moved and in a humane way, I also think that it's high time we start looking at the issue of land and actually detaching it from the emotional attachment that has been associated with it. This is not a social welfare state where we must be able to pay for everything. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, sir, when we talk about people of Buxton, maybe we are talking about a few rich people who went ahead and secured the houses. It is not the tenants who benefit, Mr. Speaker, sir. I think that it is high time that we start looking at the issue of compensation, approaching it with a lot of sobriety if we want to move this country forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to actually support this petition because if you read the petition, what the petitioners have said, from 2021, the county government of Mombasa started moving them out. They went to court. The magistrate did not give them an injunction. I don't know why the magistrates were not lenient, because if these people have been there for the last over 50 years, they should have been given adequate time to move out, and the county government, because they're the owners of the buildings and also they own the land, they would have given them an alternative place to move to. If there's no alternative place to move to, they give them enough time, enough notice, they move out, and then they sign an MOU so that as soon as the affordable houses are built, they are given priority number one to move back to the units, maybe one flat, and then also give them discount, because, you know, they have emotional attachment. From what our colleagues have said, they've been there, relatives have been there for more than 50 years. And, you know, as you stay in a place for long, you have a lot of attachment. I know Madaraka Estate here in Nairobi, it was owned also by Nairobi City Council those days. But along the way, National Housing and the City County had issues, and they sold to the owners. So I believe even the people of Buxton expected the houses to be sold to them. But because we are going to do, Kenya Kwanza, the government is going to do affordable houses and maybe more high-rises, maybe 10, 15 or so floors, and they could not sell to one particular person, let's give them opportunity. Mombasa County now have a new governor, so maybe the residents also need to renegotiate, because maybe the other governor, the outgoing governor, did not listen to them. Let them talk also as a house, as the petitioners are invited, and also the county government is invited. We call the governor of Mombasa, and we deal with this thing with speed so that our people don't continue to suffer. Honorable Speaker, I support the petitioners.
Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 238-1, the petition should be committed to the relevant standing committee for its consideration. In this case, I direct that the petition be committed to the Standing Committee on Roads, Transport and Housing. In terms of Standing Order 238-2, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading the prayer to respond to the petition by way of a report addressed to the petitioner and laid on the table of the Senate. I thank you. Next order, clerk.
Order number 5, papers.
Before I call the majority leader to lay the papers, honorable senators, allow me to make a further communication. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, a visiting delegation from the County Assembly of Makueni. The delegation comprises staff of the County Assembly of Makueni who are in the Senate on a one-week study visit. Honorable Senators, I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate traditional way. Mr. Francis Muvengei, Assistant Director, ICT, Ms. Winfred Kinguli, Principal Communication and Media Relations Officer. On behalf of the Senate and my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to and wish you a fruitful visit. I thank you. Let me allow Senator Boni, on behalf of the leadership of the Senate, to make very brief welcome remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that recognition. Mr. Speaker, for purposes of record, I am not the Senator of Makueni, but I'm privileged to be a friend of the people of Makueni. Mr. Speaker, I welcome our visitors and remind them the turbulent times when the county government of Makueni was starting in the year 2013-14, thereabout, when there was an attempt for paralysis of the services of the county. Together with your senator, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., and other senators here, James Orengo and others, we stood firm and made sure that your government succeeded. That commitment, take it back home and tell them that we shall do everything to ensure that Makueni succeeds. And what's more, your current governor has left an indelible mark in the legislative agenda of this Senate, and therefore we will be able to do for him as governor what he did for other counties when he was senator. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Tabitha Karacha, proceed to lay the papers.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate, today, 1st March 2023. Report by the Office of the Control of Budget, COB, on first half National Government Budget Implementation Review for financial year 2022-2023. Thank you, sir.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, statements.
Senator Hamida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir.
I called Senator Hamida.
Oh, sorry. I was expecting this.
You're getting me worried, Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, my statement is regarding the general topic of concern on the African Fashion Week. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52.1 to make a statement on an issue of general topical concern, namely the just concluded campaign by women legislators in the Senate and the National Assembly on the African Fashion Week. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the week, the women MPs donned African wear in support of our local tailors in a campaign dubbed #support to local tailors. Hashtag again promotes African dress code. Mr. Speaker, sir, in support of this campaign, a number of us wore African dress last week for awareness creation and to support our local tailors and promote the African Week dress code as a vital aspect of our cultural heritage. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that it does not end here. It is essential to preserve and celebrate it. The African dress code is a rich and diverse aspect of our cultural heritage. It is an expression of our history, values, and way of life. By promoting African dresses, we preserve our cultural heritage and pass it on to future generations. Mr. Speaker, sir, the local tailors who make African dresses are an essential part of our economy. By promoting African dresses, we create jobs, empower local communities, and contribute to the economic growth of our country. The African clothing has gained recognition and appreciation on the global stage. By promoting the African dress code, we can showcase the beauty and diversity of Africa to the world and promote our country's tourism industry. Mr. Speaker, sir, I propose, therefore, that the Senate takes the following actions. 1, encourage the creation of policies and incentives that promote the use of African clothing. 2, organize fashion shows and exhibitions that showcase African dresses to create awareness, encourage people to wear them. Number 3, collaborate with local tailors to create modern and stylish African clothing that meets the needs of our contemporary society. And create awareness campaigns on social media, TV and radio to promote the African dress code. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, promoting the African dress code is essential in preserving our cultural heritage, empowering local communities, and promoting our country's tourism industry. I would, therefore, urge the Bunge fraternity, including our Secretariat, to join us in this renewed move and set aside an African Dress Day to promote diversity and demonstrate love of our heritage. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Gloria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the statement and give just a small contribution on that, if that's okay.
Go ahead. Senator, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Hamida, for bringing this motion, and I fully support it. As you can see, I am still dressed in African attire, and despite the ins and the outs of the politics that women have here in Parliament, I always say I support a cause, and I wish that other women would have that motive to support a cause. This is a very good cause, by the way. I feel that as we are pushing for the economic change in this country in terms of creating jobs, we have so many opportunities, including in this industry, in the textile industry, in the fashion industry. And if we actually, Mr. Speaker, would look into the dress codes that we have, I think that our standing orders need to be renewed, or at least to give us some leeway so that we might be able to further exercise the African attire, you know, with the different elements that it comes in. I also want to say that while we are buying Kenya and supporting Kenyan locally made items, Mr. Speaker, I think that kind of push should be seen in different industries, including the sanitary towels, where we are pushing that the local manufacturers be supported. Mr. Speaker, let me just say this. It might have been a 1 week, for the senators who started it, it might have been a 1 week approach. But personally, I chose to see how long I can last, how many African attires I have in my wardrobe, and if I can push for at least a month. So if you have noted, I've been in African attire since, and I want to challenge, including our Muslim sisters, because we can find a way to get the African, Kenyan, you know, somehow, some Africanness in it, because then we can at least push the local industry in terms of textile. Otherwise, Senator Hamida, thank you for bringing this motion, the statement to the House. And I hope it is referred to our Committee of National Cohesion if it is about referring it, because there we will deal with it as it should be. So thank you.
Senator Matthew.
Maybe Mr. Speaker, sir. First of all, is that I would want to at least first agree with the last statement of Senator Gloria, that it is referred to the Committee on Cohesion. I agree with the statement by Senator Hamida. The traders that we seek to support through promoting African wear are the people that we kept mentioning about when we were campaigning, especially those of us who are on the government side. For that very particular reason, and you know, Mr. Speaker, we are in a discussion and discourse, a national discourse that is there on our African values and the African nationalism. And there are many aspects to it, one then being the, you know, our African attire. So, Mr. Speaker, I would be of the proposal that not just a day that we put on African attire, but that we are allowed every, you know, anytime anybody wants to you know, feel more comfortable in an African attire, most of us are so tired in this European way of dressing. Would want to come here or attend many other formal gatherings by putting on African attire. So by that, Mr. Speaker, I would want to say that I think this is a statement that is so timely. It has my support and most importantly, the support of maybe the party that brought me to Parliament, because that is the platform that we all campaigned about. Supporting the small traders, supporting the people. Maybe they may not be Mamamboga, but they could be Mamanguo, and that will make it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Veronica.
Mr. Speaker, this is one of the best statements that I have heard since we got back from recess, Mr. Speaker, sir, because during this African Fashion Week that was done last week, Mr. Speaker, sir, we had women legislators looking their best part, Mr. Speaker, sir, and notably the dress code was fully approved by everybody that I met on the corridors of Senate, and not just in Senate, it was also it seemed to have been endorsed, fully approved, and it was with the Kenyan heartbeat, Mr. Speaker, sir. The media also picked it up, Mr. Speaker, sir, because the dress code was also going to focus on local designers, local tailors, and Mr. Speaker, sir, many people reached out to Kewopa to commend and compliment that action by Parliament to look at locally manufactured, locally designed, locally produced dress code, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I know that maybe Kenya is still struggling with production of fabrics that could appear very African, Mr. Speaker, sir. But we have other nations in our neighborhood, Mr. Speaker, sir, West Africa, which has advanced this African dress code, Mr. Speaker, sir. Nigeria, which dresses throughout to the offices and everywhere. Tanzania, Mr. Speaker, sir. Different jurisdictions that have picked and shown confidence in their locally produced textiles and shown a lot of confidence in their tailors and designers, Mr. Speaker, sir. The campaign that was done by Kewopa was to support locally produced goods and services. It was to support small and medium-sized enterprises, Mr. Speaker, sir, and it was contributing to employment creation, wealth creation, poverty alleviation, and income generation among the Kenyan, Mr. Speaker, sir. This was to amplify the visibility of businesses also, Mr. Speaker, sir, that are being done locally and globally by Kenyan, Mr. Speaker, sir. I noted, Mr. Speaker, sir, that our male colleagues intended to even support the campaign by dressing up in an African dress code. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, sir, in our standing orders, Mr. Speaker, sir, they were not able to define how Senator Lidama has redefined himself into wearing a Maasai cultural dress, and he gets away with it, but they did not know how they could get away with putting on an African dress code without attracting the sanction of the Speaker's seat, Mr. Speaker, sir. Now, tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have an event coming up to mark the International Women's Day at KICC. This is being celebrated ahead of the 8th of March, Mr. Speaker, sir. And should the male colleagues in Senate, the honorable senators, find favor with you, Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't know whether it is possible to dispense or guide them on how they can support this African dress code as a show of Kenyans being proud to be Africans and being proud to be Kenyans and being proud to walk with their ladies and their women in this nation, Mr. Speaker, sir, to say it is time to affirm women, it is time to affirm what is African, what is in our culture, what is good in our culture, and whether, Mr. Speaker, sir, you could guide them on how they could wear the African dress code, at least for tomorrow, because the women will be once again tomorrow adorned in an African dress code as we go to celebrate the International Women's Day tomorrow at KICC, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to thank Senator Hamida for bringing this to the fore, and we hope Once we stitch enough outfits, because some of us would have wanted to continue in the same dress code, but we had other challenges because of the number of outfits that were in our wardrobe. And we will continue stitching with the local tailors, because one outfit from Turkey may cost 20,000 or 25,000. But that same amount of money can stitch maybe 4 African outfits or Kenyan-made outfits. And a few people will be working on those outfits and having some form of income for the day. So I hope, Mr. Speaker, sir, in your remarks on this matter, you will allow our male colleagues to join us. They struggled a lot in the WhatsApp group asking how they could join the campaign. They can join us tomorrow for a day, and we celebrate together the empowerment of women within the Republic of Kenya and in the world at large. Thank you. So I support that statement by Senator Hamida.
Senator Kerocha.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I also want to thank Senator Hamida for bringing up this debate or this motion. Thank you so much. And mine, I'll just be ensuring or pushing to ensure that even the material that we are making those African wear, they come from here, so that we improve our textile industries, and they're not just seen there making materials that just go to abroad, and they make suits that when they come here, the prices are exaggerated. I can also attest that when I started wearing the African print, I felt more African, more Kenyan. And I'm sure the more we all support this, the more even our farmers that grow the cotton, they're going to grow more, and we are going to add value to their cotton grow. So I support Hamida, Senator Hamida, and I wish all of us we can wear that African print, but let's ensure the African print is not a material imported from somewhere else. The material just comes from here, the Kenya. So I don't think you'll be so proud wearing a material that came from, is only the tailoring that is done here. So I think our work is also to push so that we ensure that our textile industries, our farmers that grow the cotton, they can all benefit from the African print that we are wearing. And I want to thank also Kenya Kwanza, because they really positioned during our campaign the African print. I remember running and making sure mine are made night, because I had to wear the following morning. So we pushed the tailors, and I'm sure that industry, as we speak, since that campaign of the Kenya Kwanza, and it has grown more than how it was. So now coming in, all of us, and ensuring that we all wear the African print, and ensuring the material is done from here, we will grow this industry, and we will be proud to saying, buy Kenya, build Kenya. Asante. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Senators, due to the great value this statement brings, pursuant to Standing Order 52.3, I direct that the same be committed to the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. And if it need be, that committee could co-opt the Standing Committee on dealing with matters cohesion, so that we have a holistic approach. Senator Veronica, I may not direct the male senators to wear the African attire and attend the function, but they've had you. They've had you. And I know they're very reasonable men. Having had you, I know exactly what they will respond, how they will respond. But I urge our male senators, you know, we have so much influence in this country, and the very little acts that we do will go a long way to encourage others to emulate what we do. So you can imagine if all the parliamentarians converge at KICC tomorrow, donning African wear, the message will be taken with a lot of open arms, and it will encourage quite a number of people to embrace the African attire. So mine is just to urge you. I can never direct you. It's beyond the powers of the speaker. But I urge you kindly, let's show the country that indeed as Africans we can dress ourselves and look more beautiful than the way we're in suits. When you elected me as speaker, the first trip I was told to take was a trip to London to fit the speaker's official attire. And I did that with a heavy heart because then independence, to me, independence means exactly that, independence. We got our independence from British, but everything we do is British. I think time has come to slowly, in a very gradual manner, regain what is truly independent. So I urge you, the male senators, if we could make ourselves available, and not just making ourselves available, but available donning the African wear tomorrow. I think that will be a very big statement that the world will freeze and watch. Next order, clerk. Statement is by Honorable Senator Osotsi.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries regarding the status of the National Agricultural and Rural Inclusive Project, popularly known as NARI, in Vihiga County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide a report on the total budgetary allocation towards NARI in the county for the financial years 2019-2020 to 2022-2023, indicating the project-specific expenditure item. 2, explain the procurement process followed by the county when awarding tenders for the supply of goods and services, and whether the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act and other relevant regulations were strictly adhered to. 3, provide a comprehensive report on the composition of the community-driven development committees, popularly known as CDDC, and respond to allegations that the process was not inclusive, contrary to Article 10(2)(b) of the Constitution. 4, shed light on claims that the inadequacy of the CDDC capacity was the reason for non-compliance with the procurement laws as cited in the 2019-2020 audit report from the Office of the Auditor General, yet the project expended over 11 million shillings on training. 5, investigate allegations of corruption implicating some CDDC county officials and officials of the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries and World Bank, with a particular emphasis on the status of police investigation undertaken while responding to allegations of involvement of bank employees. Mr. Speaker, this is a common problem in all counties, and I think the relevant committee should take it very seriously because we cannot be appropriating money on conditional grants. Just last week, we passed some monies to be dispersed from next months and in April towards this project. And this money is just eaten by a cartel of people in the counties. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the committee and possibly the relevant oversight committee should take this matter seriously. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Asige.
Speaker, thank you. I actually had hoped that you'd have seen my request from the last statement. That was what I was pressing my mic for.
Okay. Senator Methu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I confirm that I pressed to speak on this particular statement. Mr. Speaker, I have had an interaction with a question that has been posed by the Senator for Vihiga on the specifics of the NARI project that is or has been undertaken from the donor fund. And Mr. Speaker, we then might run into a risk because myself and Senator Cherargei, who is seated here, and maybe I don't know who else, we sit in the Public Accounts Committee. And I think, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, what Senator Osotsi is seeking is something that we must give very serious consideration, and it's something that the Committee on Agriculture should take up very, very quickly. Senator Duro is also here. Every county that we have interrogated in our course of duty that has an issue or had the NARI funding, we always got an issue in that county. And because there are many other issues that the committee is seized of on audit, some of these questions may not come out as clearly, or some of these questions may not be answered as clearly as they should, especially on these conditional grants. NARI is just one. There are other conditional grants that come, that are in billions. There is money for FLOCA, which is in the disbursement schedule that we passed, is approaching, I think, 7 billion. There is money for Danida, for climate change. So I would propose, Mr. Speaker, that as we allow the Committee on Agriculture to look at the issue of Vihiga, that in a supplementary request, Mr. Speaker, you expand their scope of duty to not only Vihiga, but to include every county that has been undertaking the NARI project. Mr. Speaker, this then will save us the time of the Senate, because I know many other senators. I know the senator for Nandi because we had an interaction with the county executive, who in a few days come again with the same statement asking that the Committee of Agriculture looks at how the NARI money was spent in Nandi, the NARI money was spent in Homa Bay, and many other counties that had this kind of funding, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg of you that as you allow the Committee on Agriculture to look at the specifics of the issue of Vihiga, because the issues are the same in every county. One of the issues that is raising is they hide behind circumventing the PFMA by opening commercial bank accounts for these particular projects. It is the same for Vihiga, it is the same for Homa Bay, it is the same for every county that has had this project. So, Mr. Speaker, so that we don't run into the risk of approving this statement every time that we sit here, expand the scope of the Committee of Agriculture to include every county that was undertaking the NARI project. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mtata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I stand to support the statement by Honorable Senator Osotsi, and I also stand to support the comments made by Honorable Senator Methu that we should expand the scope of that statement to include all counties that have received these funds, so that we can do it once and for all, because each one of us will be coming here to ask that for our respective counties. And the committee would then give us a comprehensive statement to enable us to address that. Agriculture is the backbone of our economy, as it's always said. Most of our citizens are engaged in one form or another or the other in agricultural production, and these monies are transmitted to counties to build the capacity of production in the agricultural sector. So we really want to see what this money has done so far and whether it has been applied or spent in compliance with the law. So I strongly support the statement and the request that the same be expanded to include counties across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Wafula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kuhusiana na mradi wa NAGRIP ambao Mheshimiwa Osotsi ametaja, vile vile kaunti ambayo nawakilisha hapa bunge, kuna masuala tata ambayo kamati ya ukulima na mifugo lazima iangazie, kwa sababu tuko katika mfumo wa kupokezana awamu ya uongozi kutoka gavana waliokuwepo na wale ambao wameingia sasa, na hivi kwamba katika bajeti kuna fedha ambazo zinaenda katika kaunti zetu. Itakuwa jambo la busara kamati ya ukulima iweze kumulika maeneo haya kwa haraka, ili iwapo kuna wale ambao wamekuwa wanajipa kandarasi ama vile vikundi vya wakulima mashinani, iwapo kikundi kimoja kinaweza kuwa familia nzima wamejiweka pamoja ili wafanye biashara na pesa zetu, tuweze kuwamulika mapema, tukabiliane nao mapema, ili fedha ambazo tunaenda kuachilia kwenda kwenye kaunti zipate mikono safi, watu wenye mioyo safi, wajibikaji, ili wakulima pale mashinani waweze kupata haki yao. Sasa naunga mkono Mheshimiwa Osotsi na kwamba tupanue mtazamo wetu kuhusiana na pesa hizi katika kaunti zote nchini Kenya, ili katika mfumo wa Kenya Kwanza kuboresha ukulima, watu tuanze katika awamu safi, awamu bora, ili kuwe na uhakikisho kwamba pesa za mtoza ushuru zinafanya kazi kwa mujibu wa katiba. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Honorable Senators, in response to the request made by Senator Methu, this program is not just confined to Vihiga, that much I know, and it's not spread across the 47 counties. So as we commit this statement to the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, as they retire to go through this, I direct that they go beyond Vihiga and bring all the counties where this program is running, so that we can have a holistic understanding of the challenges and all those issues that have been raised in the statement. It is so directed. Now, Honorable Senators, if you look at your order paper, there's order number 8. That is a report on the Standing Committee on Finance. Now, these are the reports that have statutory timelines. I propose that we dispense with that and then later on come back to the statements, so that the window that is there for us on this particular order is not closed on the Senate. If that is agreeable, I will call upon the Chairperson, Finance and Budget, to proceed. Read the order, Clerk.
Order number 8, motion, adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Finance on the 2023 medium-term debt management strategy.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you. I would like to move the motion that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the 2023 medium-term debt management strategy laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 28 February 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, the medium-term debt management strategy was submitted to the Senate by the National Treasury on the 14th of February 2023, pursuant to Section 33 of Public Finance Management Act 2012. Mr. Speaker, sir, the medium-term debt management strategy was tabled in the Senate on the 15th of February 2023. Thereafter, it was committed to the Senate Standing Committee on Finance and Budget for consideration, facilitation of public participation, and subsequently table the final report at this, in this Senate. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Section 33(2) of the PFM Act, the medium-term debt management strategy should include the following basic issues: the total stock of debt as at the date of the statement, the sources of loans made to the national government and the nature of guarantees given by the national government, the principal risks associated with those loans and guarantees, the assumption underlying the debt management strategy, and the analysis of the sustainability of the amount of debt, both actual and potential. Mr. Speaker, sir, debt financing is quite critical budgetary consideration as it enables the country to undertake development activity beyond the constraint of the resources the country has. However, the prudent fiscal and debt management requires that a balance need to be maintained between how much to borrow versus where to borrow externally or domestically within the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, the total stock of public and publicly guaranteed debt stands at Kenya shillings 9.15 trillion as at December 2022, which is equivalent to 67% of the gross domestic product of the country. This debt comprises of external debt amounting to 4.673 trillion and domestic debt amounting to 4.472 trillion. The publicly guaranteed debt amounts to 151.075 billion. These debts are owned by KenGen, which owes 36.568 billion. Kenya Ports Authority, Mr. Speaker, sir, owes 35.850 billion, and Kenya Airways 78.675 billion. According to the debt sustainability analysis, the present value of debt to GDP was estimated at 60%, way above the recommended 55%. Mr. Speaker, sir, the medium-term debt management proposes a ratio of 1:1 from external and domestic sources, respectively. In terms of the fiscal framework, the National Treasury projects ordinary revenue to be collected in the financial year 2023-2024 to stand at 2.571 trillion. The projected fiscal deficit is 720 billion in the financial year 2023, representing 4.4% of the GDP. Mr. Speaker, sir, having processed this document of the medium-term debt management strategy, the committee made a few observations, which are the projected deficit to be financed in 2023-2024 stands at 720 billion, which will breach the existing debt limit of 10 trillion, and the physical space available of the 10 trillion is 600 billion. Again, it's the 720 that is required. The current debt ceiling is not based on any principle, whereas such a limit should be based on a debt carrying capacity of a country. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is a breach of 3 out of 7 debt sustainability indicators. These are the present value of debt to GDP ratio, the present value of public and publicly guaranteed external debt to the GDP ratio, the public and publicly guaranteed debt to exports ratio. This is a sign that if caution is not taken, there is a risk that we might have, the country may go into debt distress. Mr. Speaker, sir, having made those observations, the committee made the following recommendations to Mr. Speaker, sir, having made those observations as I've shared, the committee went further to make some recommendations to the National Treasury, and these are noting that the debt ceiling limit of 10 trillion, the available headroom or fiscal space is about 600 billion. And the proposed fiscal deficit for financial year 2023-2024 stands at 720 billion. Therefore, the National Treasury should devise innovative strategies on how they should finance the deficit of 120 billion outside the debt ceiling. Honorable Speaker, the National Treasury should also fast-track and submit to Parliament the necessary legal framework which will anchor the debt ceiling of the country's debt to debt carrying capacity of the country, meaning GDP. Mr. Speaker, sir, the National Treasury should constrain domestic borrowing in order to avoid overcrowding in terms of the local investors being given loans from the banks as a result, because banks consider government treasury bonds as most attractive and less risk. As a result, if the government goes ahead to borrow a lot from the domestic market, that will affect the capacity of local businesses to be able to access financing from banks. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee takes this opportunity to commend all the stakeholders who responded to the invitations that we sent to them and submitted memorandum, as well as appeared before the committee to expound on the memorandum they've shared with us. We also take this opportunity to thank the committee members for their devotion and commitment to duty, which has made consideration of the medium-term debt management strategy a success. I also thank your office, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the office of the Clerk of the Senate for the support extended to the committee in undertaking this important assignment, not forgetting the most important team, which is the technical staff of the Senate that have really supported this process to be undertaken. I beg to move, and I request Honorable Senator Khalwale to second. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion as moved. And Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank the chairman. Going by the years we've been on these streets, this chairman is running this committee very effectively. In fact, the good news, Mr. Speaker, is that we are way, way ahead of our counterpart committee in the National Assembly. I therefore want to congratulate the chairman and also the members of the Finance and Budget Committee. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the whole of last week and this week, we have not known any peace we're just working and working. From work, we then end up on the floor of the House, in the chamber here. And allow me to apologize for the last 2 weeks. I've not been able to sit in your committee of the Senate Business Committee, Senate House Business Committee for that reason. Mr. Speaker, I don't have much to add because what has been spoken to by the chairman is what we have collected from our consultations with the many stakeholders that he has said. But I want to say only 2 things on the matter of debt. I would like to urge Kenyans, and especially the opposition, or rather the minority side of the House, to take a bit of time and understand debt, to take a bit of time and think about debt. There's nothing wrong with debt. In fact, one thing I learned from my teacher, who taught me private practice at the School of Medicine at the University of Nairobi, is that you must borrow. The problem is how you use the money that you have borrowed. There's been a lot of hue and cry about raising, it is wrong to raise the ceiling on debt. There's nothing wrong. You can raise it and raise it on condition that when you borrow the money is injected into the development aspect of our budget. Where we start losing it, Mr. Speaker, is when we borrow money to meet recurrent expenditure. We completely lose it. It's unfortunate that sometimes it must be done, but this, we should move away from it as a matter of fact. My second point is the GDP of this country. All these little theories I'm hearing about do this, do that, for us to manage our debt. To me, and I'm not a financial expert, and I don't wish to be, to me, the answer lies in only one thing. Let us grow our GDP, period. The traditional way of growing GDP, we should now move out of it so that our financial experts, both in public, private practice, and who are at our teaching and research institutions, must now come up with innovative ways of growing our GDP. I am surprised that the School of Engineering at the University of Nairobi and other universities are not on the front burner in support of the government on the issue of housing. Mr. Speaker, the School of Medicine at the University of Nairobi and other universities is not at the front line in supporting the government on the noble issue of affordable health. Because inside there, we have opportunities of growing our economy. Let me give you an example. Vaccines. KEMRI, the Kenya Medical Research Institute, working in collaboration with the University of Nairobi, can start producing vaccines. And I speak with clarity of mind because 2 years ago, Professor Omo Anzala of the University of Nairobi approached me with a proposal of how to start a vaccine laboratory in Nairobi. Because he's a researcher on matters of HIV, he had already gotten partners who are willing to invest. And when the material matured, Mr. Speaker, he wanted an influential government person who could then become the face of that initiative. And at that time, Mr. Speaker, sir, I was out of Parliament. The only friend I had in Parliament was the then Deputy President, now the President, William Ruto. So I approached William Ruto, and he agreed to take the exercise. 2 days to, the government of Handshake then cancelled and started harassing Professor Omu Anzala and demoted Professor Omu Anzala because Professor was entertaining the then untouchable deputy president. Today, a small country like the United Arab Emirates, a country of only 14 million people, a country that does not have human resource comparable to what we have in Kenya, has become a major producer of vaccines. If we were to produce vaccines, we grow our economy. We need innovations. I saw one of our senators moving a motion here on sanitary towels, and we all support. Most of our women MPs in the lower house, they spend a lot of their money on giving out sanitary towels. I tell you, Mr. Speaker, production of a sanitary towel, just think about it. It's nothing. It's a piece of cloth or a piece of something in which you put cotton, and it costs money. We have a demand of sanitary towels in this country of round about 15 to 20 million per month that are used by these people. So what can stop us from starting to produce sanitary towels in this country? Should we buy such things? Small piece of paper, put in cotton that will absorb menstrual blood? These are the things we should not be importing. And the universities are busy, Mr. Speaker, holding functions there in Mombasa, saying how school fees of students should be raised so that they get salaries. Oh, those professors are jokers. They are employed at the university and paid by the exchequer so as to do research. When you are doing research, you get people, you get institutions that actually fund research. You don't have to picket. In fact, you have a lot of money. In fact, in the supply chain, you employ a lot of people. Mr. Speaker, innovation will open up the sports economy. The sports economy, I was discussing with some people who are interested in a better Kenya, and they told me it is an economy that has a potential here in this country of over 400 billion shillings per annum. The sports economy, meaning the sports economy alone can fund the entire budget of the 47 counties of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. And then finally, but not least, the blue economy. Yourself, Mr. Speaker, you are sitting on gold. You are sitting on the blue economy in Kilifi. Mombasa is sitting on the blue economy. Kilifi is sitting on the blue economy. Homa Bay County, Siaya County, Busia County, and Kisumu County and Migori County are sitting on the gold of the blue economy. I have never understood up to this day why we do not have waterborne transport across the Lake Victoria. Commercial and sports, that is the blue economy. We make money. Every time somebody is thinking about Lake Victoria, they are thinking about fish, fish, fish. We can do more. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support this statement. I support this motion. I second this motion, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Senators, I now do propose the question that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the 2023 Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 28 February 2023. Honorable Senators, you may now proceed to make your contribution, and I'd wish to, with your concurrence, of course, to limit debate per speaker so that we at least can hear each one of you. If you could limit at 5 minutes. 5 minutes is good enough. A good thing doesn't need to be said in many minutes. I think 5 minutes should be good enough. The Honorable Mungatana.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the chairman and his committee for all the good work they have been doing to keep the time limits. I noticed that the chairman, he is really putting in the work, and thank you for the work you're doing. You've done us proud. Mr. Speaker, when we are talking about debt management, we are talking about the sovereign debt of this country. Mr. Speaker, it's a very, very serious topic that I hope the nation that is listening and those who are going to take the floor to contribute will make it known that the Senate takes it very seriously. Why, Mr. Speaker? Statistics are telling us that 50 countries of the poorest developing countries in the world, these are statistics, in fact, to be exact, 54 countries of the world, of the poorest developing countries in the world, are in risk of defaulting on sovereign debt and therefore making those countries effectively bankrupt. Mr. Speaker, these are statistics from the United Nations Development Program. And Mr. Steiner, the head of this program, has emphasized that something needs to be done. Mr. Speaker, it is good that we voice our concerns and tell Treasury and all stakeholders, particularly the Treasury, that we are concerned as a country. We do not want to earn a dubious reputation as a nation of defaulting on sovereign debt obligations. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the report from BBC in 2015, 1st July, they informed us, Mr. Speaker, that Greece as a nation has defaulted on its sovereign debt 5 times. Mr. Speaker, they listed countries like Italy, countries like Ireland, Spain, that have defaulted on their sovereign debt in history at least 6 times. The countries that have taken the cake, Mr. Speaker, the dubious cake on this race, is Venezuela and Ecuador. Mr. Speaker, in fact, one of those Central American countries had refused to pay its debt. That's Venezuela in 1902. And the European countries actually went to blockade the nation, to force it to pay on its obligations. What am I saying, Mr. Speaker? As a nation, we want to be a serious nation, taken seriously by the international community. And I was going to state that in these recommendations that the chairman has brought to us, he told us that there is 720 billion that is in the shortfall for this financial year. And yet our limit is 600 billion. Mr. Speaker, this means we have 120 billion that we don't know where it's going to come from. Mr. Speaker, we want to ask Treasury to be very serious. Let us cut out on expenditure so that we balance, so that we stay within our limit, so that Kenya does not go down the way Venezuela went in those days, the way these other European countries have gone. Because if they could do that, even our nation can go that path. We want, Mr. Speaker, that Treasury, if it's listening to us, the external borrowing they are going to do this time, they should invest it to create dollars for us. Mr. Speaker, it should not be money they are borrowing to come and pay off debts or to support budgetary expenditures or pay salaries. It should not be consumptive oriented. Mr. Speaker, we are asking the Treasury not to be involved in expenditures or borrowing that is irresponsible. Mr. Speaker, the President has talked about this many times. The government, in fact, came into power after criticizing the debt policies of the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, it is our prayer.
Senator Omtata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. The question of debt is a difficult question because there's always a desire to borrow. But then we live in a country whereby we have hardly audited our debt. We don't have an audit of the debts we have been borrowing since independence. We don't know what's odious. We don't know what is genuine. And so to refer to Kenya's debt as a sovereign debt may not really be accurate. Quite a large number of our debt are regime debts, debts that were borrowed by regimes to benefit regimes or to benefit owners of those regimes and have no relationship to the sovereign people. Kenya's high level of debt will raise the physical vulnerability and increase interest payments on public debt. Kenya is a member of the East African community. Already we have breached the limits within the treaty on borrowing. I'm sure that when the treaty was set up and limits were set up in borrowing, they were deliberate to avoid a situation that Honorable Mgatana has raised, whereby you become tenants in your own country because of paying debt. Right now, Kenyans have become tenants in Kenya because we are paying rent to other people for being in this country. The largest part of our GDP per sector goes to service debt. There's a public debt service to revenue ratio is above the IMF threshold of 30%. You look at our debt, it's no longer productive. It has become a burden that we are experiencing through increased taxation. And most of this is caused by the reckless borrowing you have had in the past. And
therefore, Madam Speaker, the fact that the cabinet made a resolution, and I don't know whether the chair of the committee were aware of that cabinet resolution, was that it is now being pegged at 55%, Madam Speaker, of the GDP. And therefore, there is still a lot to be done. We cannot borrow. And you have had even the projections of financial year 2023-2024. We have a budget, Madam Speaker, we have a budget, national budget of 3.3 trillion. Out of 3.3 trillion, Madam Speaker, we will need to borrow 860 billion. So we have a deficit budget as we talk, Madam Speaker. What does that mean? We'll continue borrowing. But we must ensure borrowing is sustainable. And therefore, the measures that the President has taken and the government has taken is well lauded. But I want to appeal to the President and his cabinet to work together hand in hand with the Parliament of Kenya, both the National Assembly and the Senate, so that because we represent counties, Madam Speaker, Article 96 talks about protection of counties. You cannot tell me today counties cannot be part of borrowing. Yet the people who pay taxes live in those counties, Madam Speaker. And therefore, we look forward to ensuring. The third point, Madam Speaker, because I know this is a very interesting topic, is KRA. KRA, and I want to commend the chair, our former, the elections board chair, Mwaura is doing a good job by removing exemptions and reliefs. And I've seen LSK are threatening to go to court. Why would LSK, I'm a member of LSK, they have never asked me, they want to go to court to block people from paying taxes, Madam Speaker. The removal of tax relief, tax exemptions is welcome. Because, Madam Speaker, I can give you only a simple illustration so that I conclude. Madam Speaker, you heard that our brothers who left government the other day, including the handshake brothers from the minority side, 1 liter of spirit, the alcohol, is paid 356 shillings per stamp of excise duty. And 7.5 billion stamps cannot be accounted. That translates to around 500 billion that KRA did not collect. Yet we are looking only for 866 billion, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, last financial year, an exemption of 370 billion was exempted. And I know of a former PS who was Interior as an outstanding waiver of 4 billion that was not paid, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just give me 1 minute so that I wrap it up in a neat manner. Just a minute, Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, because I was being taken over by the spirit of paying tax. Madam Speaker, and therefore, if you look at the exemption, the relief that was given by KRA, we are not supposed to be having a deficit budget. And therefore, I appeal for discipline and prudent management of public debt, Madam Speaker, and therefore I support this motion and thank the committee for the exceptional work that they did. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed, Wajir County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to support the motion. Madam Speaker, it's actually a very unfortunate situation today. This is a country that is now known by everybody that is a middle-level economy country. But unfortunately, we cannot be able to pay for our own goods and services in the country. Just because of, indiscipline, borrowing, and misuse of resources available to the country. Madam Speaker, as you look at this paper today, the debt stands 10 trillion, and what is capped is only 600 billion, which is available for use for this country. 600 billion cannot even be able to fund our education sector, so we need to borrow again. This country now is really under drought. Half of this country today, 7% of the country, is faced with hunger. There's no food. And the unfortunate thing is, while people are dying for hunger, while people are crying, our farmers are now harvesting, the bumper harvesting, they're expecting in Rift Valley. They're harvesting the maize, they're going to the stores. The same government is asking a duty-free food to be imported. And we're paying the money to those guys. They are importing maize, rice, and sugar, and all these things, which is actually a misplaced, what do we call a misplaced priority. Madam Speaker, one of the things is actually our current is more than 60% of our GDP. I think this is actually, something to surprise somebody. I mean, honestly, a country like Kenya should not be always worried of where to get the money from. This country actually is rich. This country has a lot of resources. This country can be able to feed its own nation and export food. Tanzania, Uganda, our neighbors are just, today we were getting food from our neighbors. This country has become only a consumer country. And instead of producing food, that is we can be able to be self-sufficient in the food production, and we can be able to export it. We are borrowing it every day, we are just importing it. I think this is actually a very unfortunate situation. The money that is actually borrowed is actually used for recurrent again. You go and pay for salaries, you go and pay for petty things. So this is actually a total disrespect for any understanding of financial disciplines. This is the high time that this country must go back to the drawing board, the leadership on this country. Because now when you're saying the treasury should raise about 120 billion, that means you're going to be taxing Kenyans again more and more. We cannot afford even electricity. This country is need to develop. that to industrialize. The tariffs in electricity cannot even, the power cannot even be able to give us industry, to give sustain our industries. Most of commercial people, the industrial guys are now relocating to other countries. So, but we brag around and say we are middle-level country, middle-level country. Our economy is developing. Our economy is growing by 6.some%, while half of kids are dying of hunger. People are dying. Animals are dead. Actually, we have lost almost the 600 billion. We lost almost 4 billion animals, livestock. If you take that into monetary term, it's almost the 600 billion that we're asking for. We can be able to take care of those animals. Our farmers cannot produce. Taxation is just too high. All the product. Electricity is just too high. So I don't know where we're going to. So I think it's a high time that this country should say the truth. The leaders of this country should say that we are not able to sustain ourselves. We cannot produce. We cannot feed our people. And it's shame. An independent country that cannot even feed its own people, we cannot brag of anything else. So it's a high time, I think we need to go back to the drawing board. And we say enough is enough. Thank you. I support the motion.
Thank you, Senator. I will now call upon the mover of the motion, Senator Roba, to come and reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and honorable members for your contribution to the debt management strategy that is being discussed today. As we have discussed, this committee has gone through a number of issues, and some of the issues that have come to light that is going to even make the situation worse is the prevailing drought situation affecting 23 of the 47 ASAL counties, which has wiped out the larger proportion of their livestock wealth, and that the mainstay of the economy of these counties is livestock. And that is going to affect the country's performance even further in terms of what's happening. These communities have largely been dependent on their livestock for their livelihood, and now they're dependent on the government to be able to sustain themselves in terms of feeding and other issues now that their livestock wealth has been wiped out. The issues of debt management requires a critical balance. Already the debt ceiling of 10 trillion, the government has reached 9.4, leaving only borrowing space of about 600 billion against the proposed, in the budget policy statement, they've proposed to borrow about 720 billion when the service ceiling only, the debt ceiling only allows the government to borrow only 600 billion. And that requires very serious balance. And of critical importance in the balance is the ratio of external borrowing to domestic borrowing, because the more the government, external borrowing has not done very well in the last bond that was circulated externally, but domestic treasury bonds are doing extremely well. But what is going to happen should the government decide to overborrow from the local market? It means crowding out will happen of local businesses not being able to access financing from the local banks, because naturally the banks prefer government treasury bonds to lending to individual borrowers, which is going to affect the market very, very highly. The issues of inflation control is extremely critical in this country, and looking at drought, I don't see a very optimistic picture ahead. The issue of
the stability of our currency, because we are dependent on import. Our balance of trade is more import than export as it stands. And if that is the case, then our foreign reserve need to be improved in order to make sure that the shilling remains stable against all foreign currencies. And the situation right now is not very encouraging, because the shilling stands at the local market at 135 to the dollar, which is extremely worrying. We have processed this document, and as I, beg to reply to the issues that have been done, and as I reply, I would like to also request, in line with Standing Order 66.3, for the Honorable Speaker to defer the putting of the question to a later date. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I concede to that request, and I nominate tomorrow, Thursday the 2nd, as the day when that question shall be put. We will now go back to the statements that had been deferred, and the first to be received will be the statement from the Senator for Marsabit County, Senator Mohammed Chuta. Is your point of order?
Madam Speaker, I rise on Standing Order number 65. 65E. Madam Speaker, this is on motions that can be moved without notice. Now, Madam Speaker, E, it invites us to move a motion for suspension of a senator. Madam Speaker, I'm not drawing your attention so that I move a motion to suspend any one of our colleagues. But I am drawing your attention to the fact that we have come to the time we should move this kind of motion. We were not elected as senators to come in Nairobi and catwalk. We were elected to come to this house so as to discharge business. And the two motions that the chair of this committee has requested that we defer the division are critical motions that are speaking to giving the National Treasury an opportunity to give our counties money. Madam Speaker, in view of this, how would the entire opposition, end to end, including the leader of the majority, the leader of the minority, his deputy, the whip, the deputy whip, how can all of them, plus their members, be out of the house, apart from the distinguished senator of Kisumu, Professor Tom Ojianda, and the distinguished senator, Crystal Asige? How can they be the only ones here who know and the senator for Busia, Omtata? Madam Speaker, how can they be the only ones who are remembering that we were elected to come here so as to represent counties and protect their interests? And there is no greater expression of protecting that interest than giving them money to remain functional. We should consider moving a motion of suspension against the entire minority so that the voters of Kirif, so that the voters of Vihiga, the voters of Nairobi should know that they have elected people who cheat them during rallies, that they are fighting for them when they are actually catwalking here in Nairobi. They should come to the house and transact business. If they don't, let us suspend them so that they don't draw any allowance, they don't draw any earnings for the time that they're not in this house. And those who are here, and we are able, as a majority whip, I'm able to whip enough numbers to pass business. But we suspend these people as a statement. Madam Speaker, that's all.
What is your point of order, Senator Sige?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order because I'm unaware if distinguished Senator of Kakamega, Dr. Boni Khalwale, is certain of the reasons why there are some members on the minority side that may not be sitting in their chairs this afternoon. Unless he has actual facts as to where they are and that they are catwalking in this Nairobi, then I suppose, Madam Speaker, you'll be the one to guide us. It might not be correct, or rather, in my view, it might not be proper for him to allege that there are people who are absconding or purposefully not being here, unless, of course, he has evidence on the contrary, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
What is the point of order, Senator Gloria? Let's have Senator Gloria first. No, let's have Senator Gloria first.
Madam Speaker, I believe that Senator Khalwale is actually in order to bring this matter to the House. Because, Madam Speaker, yesterday we actually were unable to vote on this very particular matter. Some of us who are nominated who would like to vote don't have those votes. But we see our fellow elected senators actually literally coming to Nairobi to have meetings in Java and around the parliament. Madam Speaker, I want to say particularly that it is very disappointing that even when we are moving motions or matters that are affecting their constituencies, their electorate, the people who actually brought them to the House, they have no interest. Yesterday, Madam Speaker, we had Senator Ledama Olekina totally refused to come into chambers. He was actually outside there and he refused to come and vote. We were missing just one person to make the quorum to vote. So, Madam Speaker, I think it is in order that we actually have to do something about this, because for some of us, we don't have these votes, and they have refused as elected leaders to delegate those votes to the nominated senators. So, Madam Speaker, kindly, this is an issue that must be given attention, and if we cannot find anything in the standing orders to actually hold these senators accountable, then we better go out there and tell the electorate that indeed they are receiving salaries for just coming to have meetings with their friends and their peers around parliament, but they are actually not attending chambers. It is a serious concern, and for some of us who are specially elected to represent women and other constituencies, we demand that it is time, Madam Speaker, that we are given voting rights so that we can move the business of the House.
Thank you. What is your point of order, Senator?
Madam Speaker, is it in order for Senator Gloria to actually mislead the House that elected senators, while we are seated here as elected senators, Madam Speaker, that we are having meetings in Java? When was this chamber converted into a Java, Madam Speaker? Number two, Madam Speaker, Honorable Senator Gloria has a motion before this House that she has absented herself from moving that motion more than 2-3 times, Madam Speaker. Is it in order for her to mislead the House, Madam Speaker?
Would you like to be informed? No, I have to just hold. Senator Gloria, hold it. Do you want to be informed, Senator Madago?
To be informed, I'm well informed, Madam Speaker.
The information shall not move. Let's have Senator Mudigi to intervene. What is your point of order, Senator?
Mr. Speaker, katika Kenya tuko majimbo 47. Na mambo ya ajabu, kuna mambo ya vyama, kuna mambo ya biashara, kuna mambo ya mtu binafsi. Tunaangalia katika Kenya maji hakuna chakula, na pia hata samaki ama vitu nyingi zimehangaika. Watoto wetu wana pesa ya kwenda shule, pia hata kila kitu yote imeharibika, imesoroteka. Tunastuka sana, tuko karibu wiki mbili ama wiki moja, walio wachache. Na sio mambo ya vyama, ni mambo ya kuongezea county era. Ndio watoto wetu waweze kwenda shule, ndio tupate maji, ndio hata hospitali zetu siwe na dawa. Wakati tuko na serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ambayo inafanya kazi kuliko serikali zile zingine, halafu watu wengine wanatoroka. Kwa hivyo mimi ningeuliza kama kuna uwezo, wale wako hapa, kama kuna uwezekana tuseme hiyo kitu imeenda dhuru, kwa sababu hapa hakuna mambo ya mtu binafsi, hakuna mambo ya vyama, ni mambo ya county. Tulilie county yetu kwa hii kipindi ya miaka 5. Kwa hiyo mimi naunga hiyo mjadala mkono, tuweze kuona vile itakuwa. Ni mambo ya ajabu, mambo ya kusema tunaenda kwa mawe. Kwa nini? Nataka kuambia mambo ya mkate nusu hakuna, hata toast hakuna. Asante.
Senator Chiradige.
Madam Speaker, the point of order that has been raised under Standing Order 65 by the Majority Whip, it is within his rights to raise that. But Madam Speaker, we are aware under the Constitution of Kenya, under Article 1, Sub-Article 2, the people of Kenya may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through their democratically elected representative. Madam Speaker, I invite you to look under Article 93 on the establishment of Parliament. There is an established Parliament of Kenya which shall consist the National Assembly and the Senate, and the National Assembly shall perform their respective functions in accordance with the Constitution. Parliament manifests the diversity of the nation, will of the people, exercise their sovereignty. It is derived from the people and by the people. Parliament shall protect this Constitution and promote democratic governance of the Republic. Madam Speaker, the reading of Article 94, 93, 96, 95, and even Article 1 is just we need to agree, standing under number 65 that has been brought by Senator Boni Khalwale, that our colleagues from the minority side have been, a number of them, I don't want to say all, because I can see Senator Professor Tom Ojienda, who was my conveyancing law lecturer at Moi University. And by the way, Madam Speaker, in the moot competition, Moi University was the best. He beat the University of Nairobi, because courtesy of Professor Tom Ojienda. Madam Speaker, it is on record. You can check the results. Look for me in camera, Madam Speaker. The point I'm trying to put across, Madam Speaker, what they are inviting you to do is very dangerous. Because the work of the Senate does not involve only plenary. It involves working from committees. It involves visitation of counties. It involves other things. I don't want, Madam Speaker, to cast aspersions on our colleagues, because I believe in good faith they could be report writing of committees, or they could be consulting with their constituents, Madam Speaker. Because under the standing order and the Constitution, serving our constituents is part of the job description that we are given. Madam Speaker, unless, and I want to challenge Senator Boni Khalwale, who I believe in his leadership as Majority Whip, can prove before the House that the minority side are catwalking, or they are in Java, or they are somewhere doing something that is not within the purview of standing Article 96 of the Constitution and Article 93 and the creation of this. Madam Speaker, I agree there could be some reservations that the minority side have not, but they have not communicated to your House that they are boycotting the plenary session. So what is coming before you, Madam Speaker, in as much as I agree with Senator Boni Khalwale on standing on the number 65 on moving submotions without notice, it is important also to be fair to our colleagues. Because, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, what we need to establish are really our colleagues catwalking, number one. Are they somewhere taking tea and making banters and stories, number two? If, for example, there is a proof that they have traveled out of the county, out of the parliament, out of the country. And Madam Speaker, your office always has a notice of senators who are outside the country and outside the county on special visits. So if those issues, Senator Kalwale, can be proved, then I can support you in taking sanctions against the minority side for boycotting, because I agree, while these two motions, and Madam Speaker, the only request that I can beg of you under this constitution, unless what Senator Boni Kalwale is telling us, Madam Speaker, is we suspend any other committee meeting, any other county visits, any other benchmarking visits outside the country, or any other report writing that is done by various committees, and suspend all of them. Say that when, Madam Speaker, you have issued a moratorium by saying every senator should be on the chamber. If they fail to turn up, Madam Speaker, then I can invite you to give a ruling. But I would wish and want to know how that ruling will look like, because it will have serious implications going into the future. Madam Speaker, with those very many remarks, I thank you for allowing us to converse, but I hope we can converse with this. And Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I have seen Senator Gloria and other specially elected senators. My appeal, Madam Speaker, because we are in learning curve, you should just talk to your head of delegation. For example, Madam Speaker, if you are in delegation of Muranga, Senator Wamatinga can designate you as a vote. So if Senator Gloria is either in delegation of Nairobi or in Nyamira.
Senator Wamatinga is from NARI County.
Oh, sorry, Senator Nyutu. Sorry, Senator Nyutu. If Senator Nyutu, for example, Madam Speaker, you come together and you feel you are part of delegation of Muranga, then he can designate you as part of delegation. No, I don't need to be informed, because I know what I'm saying. Then let me not use Senator Gloria. Senator Esa Okunyuri, for example, who is a nominated senator. I am on point of order. The standing order is very clear. I'm on point of order. For example, Senator Crystal Asike might be coming. Let's assume she comes from Mombasa. Senator Faki, under the law, can designate her as a vote on behalf of the delegation of Mombasa. That is what the law says. So, Madam Speaker, unless we amend Article 125, and that is why many people don't know BBI collapsed. So if you want to amend, just amend the Constitution so that specially elected senators can have the power to vote in any decisions that affect delegations. With those many remarks, Madam Speaker, I would really want to see your ruling on this matter. It will be very interesting for now and in future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What is your point of order? Take a minute, Senator Gloria. And we will have one final submission on this issue from Senator Danson Mungatana, and I will beg the House to allow us to proceed on. I make a ruling and we proceed.
Madam Speaker, I know that we are new to the House and we are on a learning curve, but I want to correct Senator Cherargei. We have actually reached out, and when I say we, I mean most of us nominated senators, including myself. We have reached out to our delegation chairs. I have even written it in our platforms of the Senate groups. And we have requested that in the event that they are very busy, perhaps dealing with matters on offices of the constituencies, which perhaps, because as nominated senators we do not have, that they should delegate their vote. Madam Speaker, to that effect, none of the elected senators have actually written a letter to the office of the Speaker to give that authority to their delegation members to vote in their absence. As a matter of fact, only one elected senator gave the letter and later retracted it within the same week. So, Madam Speaker, you will see that while we are sitting and trying to get quorum and trying to move the business of the House, it is very difficult for some of us. We have no powers, we have no authorities, and so, Senator Cherargei, you are out of order when you say that we do not know the line of choice. We have actually followed the process as it should be, but the frustration is that the elected senators have refused to delegate their voting rights.
Now, we will have the final submission from Senator Danson Mungatana, and then I'll make a ruling.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I'll just be brief. I think the concern raised through the point of order by my majority whip is of great importance. Madam Speaker, my point is that God willing, within a few years to come, we shall have constitutional review, and we shall be looking at how we have performed using the 2010 Constitution. Madam Speaker, I pray that it be on record, and I hope people remember, if we will be there, we hope we will remember that this question of voting by delegation at the Senate, it must be reviewed. Madam Speaker, let us make every senator be able to cast a vote, because it cannot be that we are denying progress. Important government bills, important government motions are not moving because of deliberate political maneuvers that are bringing filibustering and delay, Mr. Speaker, of those things that must be carried out. Mr. Speaker, it's very wrong. We've been advised that some of these things have time limitations. The chairman here worried, made people to work, the chairman of the finance committee made people to work day and night to bring this motion so that we can be within time. He moves the motion, and then at the time of voting, people just walk out because people know they are in a delegation. Madam Speaker, let us be fair to all of us. And going to the future, we should look at how we can review the voting within this. It should not be delegation voting. We should all vote, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
He's already finished, so I'm sure now he's left the floor. I want to make a short ruling on this issue, on the point of order that has been raised by the majority whip. I have noted the use of the word catwalk and meetings in Java, which would be unsafe to assume that people are seated in Java or catwalk. So I would not be quick to assign their absence to meetings being held in Java or catwalk. But of point of concern is the issue that senators have absented themselves, especially when we see top leadership from any side of the divide, if at all, that they are not in Senate. It would be important for every senator to prioritize the business of the House within their schedule. And I know there are committees and programs of committees which ideally should be assigned time within the schedule of the business of the Senate. But I'm also aware that the clerk's office ensures that the committees are not conflicting with the business of the House. And of course, that should be the way the business of the House should be organized in such a manner that unless it is very important that the committee schedule does not conflict with the House business schedule. I have also noted with concern the use of a delegation to vote in the instance where a senator is not available, is not present to vote. We would encourage that the senators use the delegation. The head of delegation must assign other senators who may be available from that county to ensure that the function of the House is not crippled or is not suspended due to quorum matters. So I think on this issue, the important thing is to note that the point of order raises a serious concern from the majority whip, and that senators should take the business of the House seriously. And if a senator is boycotting a session, the sensible thing to do and the reasonable thing to do is to give notice of that boycott so that it's understood that the boycott is official from that Senate. So we will now move forward from that discussion on the point of order, and I want to invite Senator Chute to proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm requesting for a statement on the border conflict between Kenya and Ethiopia and alleged banditry attacks in Marsabit County by Samburu armed men. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on the border conflict between Kenya and Ethiopia and alleged banditry attacks in Marsabit County by Samburu armed men. In the statement, the committee should, 1, ascertain the interventions the national government is undertaking to deal with the incursions of Ethiopian military forces in Kenya, mainly in Sololo sub-county, in a village called Anona and Abo and Dukale villages in Marsabit County. 2, inform the Senate on the customs clearance requirements for Kenya vehicles and motorbikes crossing to and from Ethiopia border and vice versa. 3, state plans, if any, the government has undertaken to hasten the release of motor vehicle registration number KCW 597H belonging to Mr. Ali Abdi Dida that was impounded on 30th April 2022, alongside other 120 motorbikes detained in Ethiopia. 4, state plans, if any, the national government is taking in ensuring that National Police Reservist, NPR, in Marsabit County are provided with firearms, since National Police Reservists from neighboring counties remain armed. And finally, Madam Speaker, outline targeted measures, if any, in seeking sustainable solutions to incessant banditry attacks by the armed Samburu men between Sorolibi and Merile along Isiolo-Marsabit Highway, and the incessant cattle rustling by the same armed men in Saku constituency in Marsabit County, highlighting actions being taken to enhance security and bringing the perpetrators to book. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I will now allow anybody who wants to add a voice to it to proceed. Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the statement. Madam Speaker, as you are aware, today clan conflicts, armed groups is causing mayhem in this country. You are seeing what is happening in Rift Valley, especially in Marakwet and Bokot and Turkana. The same thing is happening in Marsabit and many parts of northern Kenya. And I think we are overwhelmed, actually, because those same people have a lot of problems. Today they're facing drought, they have lost their livelihoods, they're still being killed by people crossing from different borders. They come from Ethiopia, they come from Somalia, they come from I don't know where, but unfortunately, this country has become a free for all. We have become too lenient with our neighbors, we have become too lenient with armed people, we have become too lenient with criminals. And as a result, we are losing lives, especially our forces, people have been killed. Innocent kids, if you see the photos today with Mheshimiwa Shute, young boys, young kids are being killed, innocent ones. Therefore, it is high time that we need to take action as a country. I think we should not be allowing it every Tom, Dick, and Harry in this country. We must be able to know who is who in this country. We must be able to control the flow of arms in this country. Of course, we know that we have borders, but I mean, whatever it is, we have enough resources. We have the men and women who can, repulse these guys. But unfortunately, we have got a lot of laxity within our forces and within the systems. As you're aware, Madam Speaker, the flow of small arms is actually readily available. So small arms have found their way here, It is everywhere. The same arms are being used now to kill Kenyans and to rob Kenyans. So it's the high time that I'm saying the government is trying to disarm people. We have the government have tried its best to disarm, but of course now that the military men in the West Bokot and Turkana, all those places, if you hear the number of arms that have recovered, it's not worth the kind of resources that we're using. The best thing is actually to register these illegal arms so that those people who are having problems of conflict, those who have been killed, can be able to repulse those guys and they can fight on their own. So they can fight these criminals. Our military men are people in a vehicle. The train is just too rough. The area is just too wild. What do you call the boundaries are just porous. So we cannot be able to sustain that kind of, taking our army men and women and police to go and police man porous borders, which is very, very, very large areas and very big land. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to urge our officers and leaders in security to at least to come up with a better plan. And the best plan is actually to engage the same communities that are causing these problems. Where the problem is taking place, if you engage them, if you create dialogue, I think things will be better than what it is now. With those few remarks, I beg to support.
Thank you. I would urge the senators, when they are contributing, to raise issues that they may need considered by the committee when that statement is being committed to the committee, as opposed to debating the statements. Senator Chelalige.
Madam Speaker, I'll be very quick. I've seen in the statement, this is very serious, that Ethiopian military walked into Kenyan boundary, Sololo. They came for a party and went away. And no one is talking about. What is my riding on this question? What is the government, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Cabinet Secretary of Defense, National Security, CS doing? Because under Article 238 of the Constitution, Madam Speaker, the national security is the protection against internal and external threats to Kenya's territorial integrity, Madam Speaker. This was a clear violation of Article 238, and in addition to what Senator Chuta has raised, where military of Ethiopia walked into the borders of Kenya, they have threatened and defiled our territorial integrity and violated international law. In fact, this matter should not only rest within the Kenya, there should have been diplomatic crisis by now, Madam Speaker, through our CS of Foreign Affairs and CS Defense, Madam Speaker. That is I will be seeking that clarification. Number two, Madam Speaker, we have been informed in the same area that today, 2 a.m., allegedly, one adult has been killed, one injured, 2 children, Madam Speaker, 5 and 7 years. The angels of God who have nothing to do with banditry menace that we are seeing across the country, Madam Speaker. It is very sad because the information that we have that today, 2 a.m., in a place called Kargi, Madam Speaker, 1,000 goats have been taken to my corner, and the government knows this information. Why didn't they go and recover these 1,000? And Madam Speaker, I had proposed, in conclusion, that we needed to amend the Tourism Act to include these people who are heartless. If you are killing, if you are maiming, if you are destroying property, Madam Speaker, what else can we call you apart from being a terrorist? Madam Speaker, I have seen the CS in charge of internal security or homeland security. Today he appeared before our committee chaired by Senator Chute. And I assured this country that, and I believe in Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki, because he used to sit where you are sitting today, before he was hounded out of the office. And of course, we are aware he was a chief agent of Kenya Kwanza in the last general election. I want to believe his words, that he says he will be the last CS of Interior to ensure the menace of banditry is stopped. Madam Speaker, myself, Senator Mandago, Senator Kisang, we come from North Rift. We don't have peace because of threat of banditry have taken over. They have taken over. You had even taken over a school. in Baringo, where the head of the cartel, like what we used to call Medellin cartel, Madam Speaker, have taken over the school. They had even closed schools. Which country where do you have the terrorists running around with in fact, I am told, Madam Speaker, from security circle, that they have more powerful weapons than even our ordinary police, Madam Speaker. And therefore, it must be clarified. I have seen Senator C.S. Kithure Kindiki saying they have recovered 43 rifles. I'm told there are 5 grenades and I think that 6 bullets that have been recovered. Madam Speaker, we want to believe in Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki that this mess will end, Madam Speaker. There are many widows that are crying today because they lost their husbands. There are many parents that are crying today because they have lost their children. There are many husbands that they have become widowers because their wives have been lost through this menace. I believe that this matter must be brought to conclusion. We send our deepest condolences and our empathies and sympathies to many families because of loss of life in Marsabit and across where insecurity is thriving, Madam Speaker. And I want to believe in President William Ruto that this menace will come to an end. We are tired as Senate because many people believe we can't do much. But I want to assure the nation, Madam Speaker, with the legislative powers we have, and I'll be bringing those amendments, that these people are terrorists. There is no any other name that are called bandits. They are not cattle rustlers. They are worse even than terrorists, Madam Speaker. And by the way, terrorists can set a bomb and run away. Yes. But these are more than terrorists. They attack, maim, and kill and destroy, just what the Holy Bible talks. These people are devils, Madam Speaker, because the devil comes to kill, destroy, and maim. That is the name that these bandits must be addressed as such. Madam Speaker, with those very many remarks, to congratulate Senator Chute and say we shall support. And I want to call upon Madam Speaker in conclusion, so that I don't request for point of order, is that, Madam Speaker, from your chair, can you direct the chair of committees that whenever a CS like of internal security come, why don't they post in social page of Senate Business Committee so that we can come and raise our concerns? Madam Speaker, and direct the clerk through your secretariat that when I request for a statement, they have courtesy of inviting me to sit in those committees and seek further clarification. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for that indulgence.
Okay, thank you. Senator Boni Halwale, Majority Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have only 3 points for clarification. But before I seek that clarification, I am very saddened with what the CS is quoted saying today, that a school has been taken over by a bandit, and the first classroom he has given to the first wife, the other classroom to the second wife, the third classroom to the third wife, and the fourth classroom to his son and his wife. In Kenya, is that gangland? In fact, that officer who was recounting that story should have been dismissed on the spot, because that officer, upon witnessing that kind of thing, should have wiped the entire school clean, so that family would never live to embarrass this country. Madam Speaker, the truth is, it is impossible anywhere in the world to develop an area which is perpetually in war and conflict. We are killing a generation of the people who come from those 6 counties. I seek to ask the following clarification. Why is the government of Kenya not taking action against politicians, some of them in the 13th Parliament, who are reported and seen on footage airlifting bandits who have just come out of court? Why are they not arresting these politicians, seizing those helicopters, which obviously come from the proceeds of this crime? Number 2, there is a chain, a supply chain, from the bandits who go into the homes of families, drive out the livestock, and they go and sell them. If people, Madam Speaker, drive out of Amanyata 800 head of cattle, they must be having a ready transport to take them to a ready market. We hear that some of the animals slaughtered in Dagoretti come from these areas. Why are you making me to allow my daughter to partake of that kind of beef? That beef is beef that is stained with human blood. The second clarification, Madam Speaker, is on the issue of police reserves. When is the government going to stop this thing of police reserves? Because it is this thing of police reserves where some people move around with firearms and you have no guarantee that they uphold integrity of owning a firearm. Probably there are some of those firearms that are eventually used to perpetuate the crime. My last point is, why is the government declaring that there will be 100% disarmament? Because the problem in the conflict areas is that when you disarm the Samburu, they'll be attacked by the Turkanas. When you disarm the Pokots, they'll be attacked by Samburus and vice versa. When is the government going to declare 100% disarmament and instead allow only officers in uniform to be the ones with firearms in those areas? It's very painful, Madam Speaker. I have a clip where 5 youth armed with the AK-47, they are running around a GK Land Rover, Land Cruiser, and blowing whistles and singing that they have now defeated this armed security. I think Professor Kindiki will have to do more, and we are going to support him even more. We are going to stand behind the president on this particular operation even more, because we are killing a generation of Turkanas, a generation of Sampurus, a generation of Somalis. This country is wasting resources.
Thank you. Senator Madego Jackson.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the statement sought by Senator Chute on these matters of security, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is a growing concern that the territorial borders of this country continue to be defiled by foreign troops. And we are seeing some leniency in action taking, Madam Speaker, to protect our borders. Madam Speaker, this reminds me of the case of Migingo Island, so many small islands in Lake Victoria that have been occupied forcefully by Ugandans, Madam Speaker. And the government of Kenya has kept silent, while Kenya citizens who depend on fishing in those places, Madam Speaker, are suffering. Madam Speaker, the invasion by the Ethiopian forces in Marsabit County, Madam Speaker, is something to be worried. Madam Speaker, we all know that parts of Ethiopia have been experiencing serious security challenges, Madam Speaker. And if government doesn't take stern action, Madam Speaker, that can easily spill into this country. Madam Speaker, you realize that the communities that live in the two countries are the same communities. And therefore, because of those socio-cultural activities that have to happen across the borders, it can be an avenue of breeding lawlessness in those parts of the country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is also saddening that on the banditry issue, the critical things are not being addressed, Madam Speaker. If we go after the bandits, Madam Speaker, who will go after the suppliers of bullets, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, this country is one of the countries with highly trained ballistic experts who should be able to tell us the source of the bullets, including the type of the guns that have been used, that to this extent, Madam Speaker, the suppliers of guns, suppliers of bullets should have been the first ones to be hunted and taken to court, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I therefore want, as this statement is being responded to seek clarification on whether, other than the bandits that are being sought after, whether there are any suppliers of guns, suppliers of bullets who have also been arrested or taken to court on this matter, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, counties that are suffering from this insecurity have had to divert a lot of resources that would have been meant for development into feeding Kenyans who are being forced to go to camps while they were going about their livelihood without requiring any government intervention. Also, Madam Speaker, I would want to seek clarification from the affected counties. How much money have they spent on feeding populations that have been displaced because of security issues, Madam Speaker, with a view of asking national government to actually refund those counties those monies, because those monies were budgeted for other development programs, but because of the necessity and the dignity of life that needs to be preserved, those counties have been forced to spend those meager resources that they are receiving on feeding Kenyans who are being displaced. Finally, Madam Speaker, the issue of police reservice, Madam Speaker, is something that needs to be addressed. We have border patrol units. We have rapid deployment units within all the ranks of the security forces, Madam Speaker. Why do we still need to use police reservists instead of doing permanent deployment of these units along our borders and along the areas that are always affected by this kind of situation? Finally, Madam Speaker, in the past, we were told that the government of Kenya is building a wall in the border of Somalia. They were digging a trench in those borders of the northern part of Kenya. Madam Speaker, as part of the response, we want to know how far, what is the progress, and how much money was spent in that project, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I seek to support that statement by Senator Chute.
Thank you. Senator Okoit Omtata, is he here?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a very, very weighty and saddening situation whereby one, an international state, a foreign state enters Kenyan sovereign territory without being challenged and gets away with it. Number two, and the reason it gets away with it is that there's a violation of Article 6 of the Constitution by the national government, where it is required to have its presence all over the country. And the area Senator Chute is talking about is an area that suffers from a deficiency of the Kenyan state. There's no Kenyan state on the ground. That's why the Ethiopian state can come across and play poker with our lives. So this is a condemnation of the government that it has failed to provide its presence on the ground to deter the Ethiopian state from whatever enterprise there is. And I support what was said here, that this matter should have escalated to the diplomatic circles to try and have the responsible governments get a handle onto the issue. Coming back internally on the question of the so-called bandits, I support the proposal by Senator Cherargei that these are really terrorists and they need to be covered under the Terrorism Act. Because a big problem we have had with dealing with this menace is mischaracterization of crime. as long as we characterize it as a cultural enterprise, it will not die. Let us call it by the correct name of terrorism, or even robbery with violence, and let the might of the state be brought to bear upon these people. Further, only the monopoly of violence must be with the Kenyan state. We cannot sit here to be mocked by stories that some do no good somewhere has taken over a school, which is a state institution. And whatever is doing, so the government must use all means possible to deal with these people. Further to that, I would recommend that when these people are apprehended, they should not be put through the civilian courts. They should be subjected to court martials because they are armed combatants. They are armed combatants. They should be subjected to court martials to be tried by the military. Because what they are militaries, they are armies. So we cannot be putting them through civilian trials. When they pick up those guns, they don't go to play guitars, they go to war. They're not entertaining anybody, they're going to kill. And their purpose is to kill. So for heaven's sake, let them be subjected to court martials wherever they are found. But finally, in 1969 or thereabouts, Pope Paul VI released an encyclical where he said, the new name of peace is development. You will also realize that these enterprises are happening in largely marginalized areas of this country. So we must, as a state, invest in these areas. We must build roads, we must build schools, and I support what Governor Mandago has said. There should be no harambe or self-help when it comes to matter of security. This idea of police reservists is asking a community to engage in harambe or to raise arms to protect itself. The Kenyan state must take over. But to take over other than just applying the boot or killing every bandit that comes out of the marginalized areas, the Kenyan state must drain the swamp. Let us drain the swamp from which these people hatch, from which they come to attack us. And draining that swamp, let us develop the area. For we shall not be able to kill every bandit who happens upon us, every terrorist who happens upon us. Let us drain the swamp, let us have a Marshall Plan for these areas to open them up, to modernize them up, and to try and bring them within the circuit of the Kenyan economy where everybody else is thriving. Finally, as for...
Please wind up the...
I'm winding up. Finally, as for the bullfighters, mentioned that some of this meat that we eat from Dagoretti, whatever, are proceeds of that blood that is shed in these regions. Maybe time has come for people to be able to...
Senator Omutata, we do not officially have bullfighters.
Oh.
Bullfighter here.
He likes that name, but I'm sorry. He didn't even complain. He encouraged me to call him bullfighter. The Honorable Senator for Kakamega, who is my neighbor, and whose county is so big that it needs to be divided into 4 going forward. So, the governor of Kakamega, the Senator of Kakamega said that some of this meat that we eat in Nairobi is really the proceeds of these wars that are happening on the ground. Maybe a mechanism should be put in place to ensure that any animal that is slaughtered in this country has a return address. We must know where it comes from. Don't just go and get a carcass and then that is it. The veterinary officers who inspect meat must ensure that the animals have permits of movement and letters of no objection before they slaughter them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Mutata. Let's have Senator David Wakoli Wafula.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kuchangia hoja ya usalama. Nimekuwa na bukua hapa mtandao wangu, nikaona vikosi vyetu vya usalama vikifanya mazoezi na kuzuru maeneo mbalimbali kule Kongo. Na Wakenya walikuwa wanafurahi sana wakijipigia upato kwamba Kenya ina kikosi cha uzoefu mkubwa wa kukomboa miji mbalimbali katika Afrika. Ni kinaya sana sasa vikosi vyetu vimevaa mavazi ya kivita kule Kongo na Somalia, na huku kwetu vijijini Wakenya wanamlilia Mungu wakiuliza ni makosa yapi walifanya. Tumeona viongozi wakipaa kwenye ndege na wengine magari ya kifahari yakitua yakienea maeneo haya ya vita, na hadi sasa hatujaona hatua yoyote ikichukuliwa. Na mimi husema mzaa msaa ama mzaa uzaa utunuka uzaa. Haya ambayo wanafanya sasa wakitaraji kwamba ni uzoefu yatakuja kuenea maeneo mengine nchini Kenya, na watu wataanza kujipanga kisirisiri. Naomba serikali iwache kufanya mchezo, iende katika maeneo haya, ipambane na hawa watu. Itakuwaje tuko na idara ya ujasusi Kenya hii ambayo vile vile tunaambiwa ina uzoefu mkubwa? Itakuwaje hawajui hawa watu fanya mazoezi wapi? Itakuwaje hadi sasa hawajui silaha hizi zinatoka wapi? Itakuwaje shule inatekwa nyara, kila kijiji kina nyumba 10, kina naibu wa chifu na chifu? Tunakuja kusikiza haya mambo kwenye Senate. Mimi nadhani kwamba kuna biashara ambayo watu wanafanya humu Kenya na nchi za kigeni, na wanatumia vita hivi kupata mishahara ilhali watu wanakufa na wanaenda kungoja hukumu mbinguni kabla wakati wao hujafika. Naomba serikali kwa niaba ya maeneo ambayo Wakenya wanavumilia kwa Wakenya, tuache kujiongelesha kwenye vyombo vya habari. Tunataka kuona vitendo, tunataka ukombozi, tunataka uhuru wa Wakenya wajivunie kuishi Kenya. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba kwamba idara hizi zote zilete ripoti hapa, idara ya ujasusi, idara ya usalama, waje watueleze shida iko wapi. Haya maeneo lazima yawe na vijana ambao wako katika idara ya ujasusi, kuwe na wasichana katika idara ya ujasusi ili waweze kutuambia mambo yanaendelea huko. Haiwezekani tangu uhuru bado tunakuja kulilia hapa bunge tukijiuliza maswali namna hii. Naomba serikali yangu ya Kenya Kwanza tuamke na tufanye kazi. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
The final contribution on this issue is Senator Olekina Ledama.
Madam Speaker, I thank you. Madam Speaker, with a very heavy heart, today I cry for the Rendile. And first of all, let me thank Senator Chute for having brought this statement, because this is a statement that made me come back to this house this afternoon. Because every day when one community attacks another community and the government keeps quiet or does not do anything, it begs the question whether we should really be proud of ourselves as one country called Kenya. Madam Speaker, about 3 months ago, one of my staff, his name is Wambas Oleman, called me in the middle of the night crying, saying that the Gabra invaded his home and stole over 500 cows and killed people. It hit so hard because he was saying, I'm completely gone. Today, when I hear that one community has attacked and killed 2 Rendile children, injured 1 old man, a 7-year-old, Madam Speaker, it really begs the question, what exactly are we doing in this country? Why are we priding ourselves, saying that we are Kenyans, yet there are those who are Kenyans, first-class citizens, and there are those who are forgotten. Madam Speaker, if history serves me right, and the distinguished senator from Marsabit will correct me, this area of attack is next to an area which is used by the military for training. If you've gone to Marsabit, Madam Speaker, and you drive from Marsabit town, you pass a town called Hula Hula, you come down, before you go to Kargi, right next to Kargi, there is an area where the Rendile, the Samburu, used for their cultural ceremonies. I've attended these ceremonies. So I speak with authority, I know the area. It's a tough terrain. That area, during the last parliament, we were trying to speak to the country, to the government, to move the military out of there. They didn't. Today, when I come here and I hear that 2 young souls have been taken out of this world, it really hurts as a parent. It hurts as a leader. We might have our differences, Kenya Kwanza, Azimio la Umoja, but I think when we come here, what we must defend is the sanctity of life. What we must defend are these people who are our brothers, our children in this country. Madam Speaker, I want to call upon the CS for Interior, who used to sit in that seat as the Deputy Speaker. He's now in a position where, in part of this country, they have taken the military to be able to go and deal with bandits. If you care, and if someone out there is not only busy politicking, if they care, for the sake of these 2 young kids whose future has been taken away from them, whose future has been taken away from them, Madam Speaker, their parents will never get to see them. Please, the first thing he needs to do is to go to a place called My Corner and recover the 1,000 sheep which have been recovered there today, and make sure they go to the people. The next thing they need to do, instead of just having an area where they say it's for military training, is for them to deal, because they know the people who are sponsoring these attacks, is for them to go out there. Because, Madam Speaker, when you drive to Moyale, there is a multi-agency security apparatus. So there's no way you can bribe the road. You'll find people from NSIS, you'll find people from CID, you'll find people from anti-stock theft, you'll find every agency on the road. So it begs the question, why are we still ignoring and neglecting the Rendile? Neglecting and encouraging the brewing of these inter-clans, inter-tribal warfare? Madam Speaker, this is a very painful ordeal, and I do hope that the Ministry of Interior would actually move expeditiously to make sure that that place has got peace. When I was seated here, before I read the statement in detail, and I had my colleague, Senator Omtata, saying that if these people are arrested, they should be court-martialed. I whispered to my colleague and I said, they're not military. But these are the kind of people, Madam Speaker, that if they are arrested, there's no point of trying them. You just put them there and you put live bullets in their chest. If they can be bold enough to take away a child and cut off the stomach and you can see the intestine. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, let me reiterate again. Something has got to be done. If life means anything to any leader in this country, it is about time that we set aside our differences and we secure this country. Madam Speaker, the issue of bandits, the issue of cattle rustling, is something which the system understands. They know. I've always been of the view, and I still hold my views strongly, and I say this is a huge enterprise. You know, it's an international trade that has been fueling and supporting different political platforms. So let's cut to the chase now. Let's save lives. Do whatever you have to do, but save these lives. Madam Speaker, if you go to North Hall right now, 2 weeks ago, my staff were there with a bus. They went to donate food to people. You know, they were crying. And they couldn't understand how people can live there. There's no water. In fact, the only thing which is there, and I thank the former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga and the late President Kibaki for having done, is having built that road from Isiolo all the way to Moyale. And Madam Speaker, if you sit down with the Prime Minister and he tells you the story of that road, how that road came about. People from Moyale walked for over 15 days from Moyale all the way to Nairobi to come and plead for that road to be done. Because, you know, when we come here, history is very important for us, Madam Speaker. It is important for the younger generation to understand how this country came to be. This country was literally built by the railway line. That's how the urban cities, the small towns mushroomed and they developed. Now to be able to connect the other part of the Northern Frontier District, it had to take initiatives and innovations from leadership. And this is why I always support Raila, because of what he saw when he was a minister for transport, for that road, for that place to be open. Now that that road was open, Madam Speaker, if you drive from Isiolo to Marsabit, it is 2 hours. But the distance is almost how many? 300 or 400 kilometers? Around 270 kilometers. But it's 2 hours because the road is beautiful. Now that we build the road, why can't we move security there? Why can't we secure those people who live there? Madam Speaker, when you hear that even vehicles are taken from Kenya, cross to Ethiopia, and they are never released. And the people know the people who took them. So you wonder, really, do we have a government that cares about all its citizens? There are parts of this country, Madam Speaker, if I tell you to go and live, you will not survive for a day. You know, there is a tribe also in Turkana that most people don't know. There are parts of this country, Madam Speaker, that if you go, you ask yourself whether this is Kenya or we are still living in the Stone Age. These kids who are attacked, if you saw those pictures, Madam Speaker, they barely even have clothes. People are only surviving with the cows they have. If you find sheep there, you'll wonder what these sheep are eating. Because the whole place is dry, completely dry, there's nothing. So if that's not enough, that life, global warming has made it difficult for you to be able to survive, then now a country which we pay taxes for, even those people pay taxes because they have food, they have everything, cannot protect them.
Please wind up here.
Madam Speaker, I'll be happy to wind up. I was waiting to see the red light. I didn't know how much time we had to comment on this. And I know yesterday we discussed about sticking to the standing orders. The reason why I'm contributing more is because I'm guided by the standing orders. The standing orders gives us enough time to be able to contribute. But with that, I want to summarize by saying this. Rendile children life matters. And it's about time that this government also, if at all we have a government, should forget about the differences and should move there. In fact, tomorrow I would expect that, and I hope this is going to be with the Security Committee. I know Senator, my good friend from Kisumu is in that committee. I hope that you can move fast, have the military go there. This is the situation now where it is the military that has to go there. Because we have this habit of sending the military without getting parliamentary approval. So since you've already violated the law, go ahead, go there and rescue these people. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, as you can see, the issue of security is a matter of very serious national concern and attracting a lot of public interest. And Honorable Senator of Nandi County, Senator Chiraliki, had invited me to comment about the chairman of committees informing other senators when the CSs are invited, like what happened this morning. Committee chairpersons are actually persuaded that they should be informing the whole House when the CSs are attending some of the sessions or coming to respond to statements or motions or issues, so that other senators who are interested in matters that are coming from their counties can be in attendance and can hear the clarifications or raise any issues they may want to raise with the CSs. Clerk, next order. Oh, the statements are not yet finalized. We seek a statement from nominated Senator Hamida Kibwana. That statement is deferred due to her absence. Another statement being sought from the Committee on Finance and Budget by nominated Senator Hamida Kibwana. That is also deferred. Let us now have the Senator for Kisumu County, Professor Tom Odhiambo Ojienda, SCMP.
Madam Speaker, I rise to make a statement under Standing Order 53. I will make two statements. The first statement, Madam Speaker, sir, is on the completion of Muhoroni Mamboleo Road. I request a statement. Arise, Madam Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing concerning the state of the 63-kilometer Kisumu Chemelil Muhoroni Road. In this statement, Madam Speaker, the committee should state the budgetary allocation made towards the construction of the 63-kilometer Kisumu Chemelil Muhoroni Road, stating whether the allocation is sufficient to complete the road. 2, inform the Senate on the progress made in constructing the said road, detailing how many kilometers have been constructed since inception of the project to date. And thirdly, appraise the Senate on the expected date of completion of the road and when it will be open for public use. Madam Speaker, I rise on the second statement, which is on the status of pending bills in Kisumu County. In this statement, Madam Speaker, I seek, pursuant to Standing Order 53, to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding the issue of pending bills of Kisumu County government. In the statement, the committee should, 1, confirm whether the county government of Kisumu has carried out forensic audit of all projects carried out by contractors and suppliers, and the status of pending bills, which bills threaten to stall service provision to the people of Kisumu County. Secondly, state whether there exists any plan for prioritization of the pending bills, informing the Senate of the budgetary allocations that have been put aside towards settling the pending bills, and confirm whether or not the allocations are sufficient. Thirdly, to explain the criteria used by the county government to prioritize and pay the pending bills, outlining how many bills have been paid so far and what is outstanding, and lastly, to state whether there are plans, if any, that have been developed to deal with the issue of pending bills as a matter of priority for all county governments. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. We have one more statement from Senator for Taita Taveta County, Senator Jones Mwaruma. Due to his absence, that statement is also deferred, so we can take the next order.
Order number 9, motion, adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the 2023 Budget Policy Statement, Division.
This motion is deferred due to quorum, and it shall resume once again on 2nd of March. Tomorrow, it's committed to 2nd of March.
Order number 10, the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 5 of 2022, second reading, division.
The second reading on this motion is once again deferred due to quorum issues. It's committed to 2nd of March, being tomorrow, 2023.
Order number 11, the County Vocational Education and Training Bill, Senate Bills number 3 of 2022, second reading.
The second reading of that is still deferred to tomorrow due to quorum issues. Tomorrow being 2nd of March, 2023.
Order number 12, the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bills number 6 of 2022, second reading.
You can proceed. Mungatana.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Natural Resources Bill, Natural Resources in brackets Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bills number 6 of 2022 be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, Kenya fought for independence. In 1952, a state of emergency was declared for this country. People died, Madam Speaker. Over 20,000 people died fighting for the land that was the Kenya's people's land. At that time, Madam Speaker, we were under the colonial rule. The colonists had taken away our land, and our people, Madam Speaker, joined up to fight for their land. Madam Speaker, 21st October 1956, Field Marshal General Dedan Kimathi was captured. And Madam Speaker, the picture of Kimathi still mesmerizes me. The man fought for what he believed in, the land, the resource of our people. And he died a very proud man, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you fast forward to a few years where we are living now, Madam Speaker, natural resources that we fought for in this country was not only the land that was there. Natural resources that we fought for in this country, for which our forefathers laid their lives for, was not only dealing with the land as we know it, but it dealt with the resources, both extractive resources and non-extractive resources. Madam Speaker, This bill is talking about the second fight for the resources, the richness of our land, to go back to our people, Madam Speaker. Our people have suffered severely because there have extraction from their land and they benefit nothing. This bill, Madam Speaker, is talking about benefit sharing. What the resources are found in counties like Tana River, in counties like Turkana, in any other part of this country, Madam Speaker. We're talking about benefit sharing of those resources so that the communities that are living within those counties can benefit. They can realize the second fight for the independence and the resources of their land. Madam Speaker, this bill provides for a way in which we can enforce a system of sharing the natural resources that are found within the area. Madam Speaker, there are benefits which come from the exploitation of these natural resources. We are proposing in this bill for the first time that we should have the national government have its fair share, the county government have its fair share, the natural exploiters, natural resource exploiters, those who have come to invest and get the money out of it, they should have their fair share. But also the local communities should have their fair share. This is the main purpose of this bill. Madam Speaker, where I come from in Tana River County, there is gypsum that is exploited there. The natural resource exploiters who come there, Madam Speaker, they benefit nothing at all to the county government of Tana River. They benefit nothing at all to the local community in Bura constituency, where that gypsum is found. In fact, Madam Speaker, I would dare say that the national government also gets almost nil in terms of revenues. The only people who are benefiting from this resource are not the government, not the county government, not the local community, but the natural resource exploiters who come to Tana River County. They pay almost nothing and they leave us with gaping holes everywhere in that part of Bura constituency in Tana River County. Madam Speaker, this bill intends to correct the wrongs, intends to bring the benefits of those resources that are found, not only in Tana River County, Madam Speaker, but in every other county, Madam Speaker, so that we can all benefit from the natural resources that are found within our areas. Madam Speaker, this bill has defined natural resources to cover not just the extractives, because people, when they hear about natural resources, they are thinking about the oil that might be found, they're thinking about the gems that might be found, they're thinking about the stuff that is inside. But Madam Speaker, when you think about it, this bill has classified, light as a natural resource. So when people come and they put up this light they get from the electricity they get from the sunlight, they put all those big things and they tap that electricity and they sell it to the national grid and they get a lot of money. What do the people of that county get, Madam Speaker? It is their natural resource. Madam Speaker, we are proposing through this bill 60% goes to the national government, 40% goes to the county government. And Madam Speaker, that 40% that goes to the county government is divided into two. 60%, they remain with it. 40% goes to the local community, Madam Speaker. So that if a levy is introduced for tapping that electricity, then if that levy raises £1 million shillings, 600,000 goes to the national government, 400,000 goes to the county government. Of that 400,000, it's divided into two portions. 40% goes to the local community where the tapping of that electricity is done, and 60% remains for the county government to do development for the entire place. Madam Speaker, this bill is not talking about theory, Madam Speaker. Right now, Kwale County, where base titanium is mining, the royalties that have been surrendered to the Treasury, Madam Speaker, are 3 billion shillings the last time that they did. The agreements that were there with the local community is that the local community was only going to get 10%, which is 300 million. But this 300 million lying at the Treasury, there is no mechanism for it to come out for the local community to gain. So that money is still just lying there. Base Titanium has done its bid by surrendering the money there, but there is no legal framework, Madam Speaker, that has been set out for the money to leave Treasury to reach the local communities. This bill, Madam Speaker, will go to solve and unlock the problem that is there. Madam Speaker, that is the natural resource that comes under. Those are the extractives. But Madam Speaker, I was just setting out. I spoke about light. I've mentioned about titanium. I've mentioned about gypsum. Madam Speaker, I want you to remember what is called Project Oil, Kenya. These are the joint partners of Talo, Africa, and Total Energies. Those three people who are mining up there in Turkana. Madam Speaker, when they hear Project Oil Kenya, when you hear Talo, when you hear Total Energies, everyone is thinking about the oil that will be extracted. But did you know, Madam Speaker, that they have stated that in the initial 5 years of production, they need to stimulate the pressure so that oil can come out. Madam Speaker, when you are exploiting oil, you have two wells. There is the well that you dig and you get the oil, and there is the other well, the second well, that pushes water so that the pressure, the natural pressure is increased and the oil is able to be extracted easily. Madam Speaker, for the first 5 years of having the injection well, this one that now pushes water, as opposed to this one of the production well, Madam Speaker, 330,000 barrels of water per day will be required. I'm talking about the resource called natural water now. 330,000 barrels of water. 1 barrel of water, Madam Speaker, is 163 liters. So, Madam Speaker, Talo, Africa, and Total Energy, the Project Oil Kenya, they will be needing 53 million liters of water per day for 5 years so that they can exploit that oil. That water, Madam Speaker, is coming from that county. That water, Madam Speaker, is being taken from, it's a resource that is being taken from that county, from that area. The people who live there, Madam Speaker, they were using that water. There's a whole biodiverse economic system, ecosystem, that exists there, Madam Speaker. And that ecosystem is going to suffer. Who is going to compensate the people of Turkana for the water? We are not talking about the oil, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, This bill is saying, let us look at the sharing of benefits between the natural resource exploiters, the owners of those, that is the local communities, the county governments, and the national government. Madam Speaker, this is a very important bill. Madam Speaker, you know, when these oil companies come to mine in an area that has been found with oil, they do what is called a signature bonus. That is like a commitment signature when they start to sign, and they pay as much as $100 million. Madam Speaker, that's a lot of Kenya shillings. Those are billions of Kenya shillings. Madam Speaker, these are the kinds of monies that must go towards compensating resources like water that is found there. Even before they start the actual extraction of the mine, Madam Speaker, we have to start giving the people of Kenya, not just in Tana River County, not just in other places, but we are saying, Madam Speaker, the places where the natural resource is found, when the natural resource exploiters come to invest, they must, Madam Speaker, pay something to the communities that are there. Madam Speaker, this bill is one of those bills that is coming to change the way Kenya has been operating. Madam Speaker, Lake Bogoria, which is a natural resource. Did you know, Madam Speaker, that there are researchers in that place who they extract some enzymes from Lake Bogoria 3 times a month, Madam Speaker. And those enzymes are used for creating detergents to clean up the jeans that we wear. High quality jeans, Madam Speaker. The people surrounding Lake Bogoria, they get nothing out of that resource, nothing. The local community gets nothing. The people of the county government, they get nothing. The national government, I dare say, gets nothing. The natural resource exploiter, Madam Speaker, walks away with everything. And the people know what is happening, and nothing is being done. So, Madam Speaker, what we are saying is that this bill is like our second liberation. We didn't just fight for the land. We also fought for the natural resource. And this natural resource benefit sharing bill is going to set up a new way of doing things. Madam Speaker, it's going to remove the confusion that is there right now. Because if you go to the Petroleum Act, Madam Speaker, gives a very different benefit sharing formula. They will say national government takes 75%, county government takes 25%, 20%, local community takes 5%. If you go to the Mining Act, Madam Speaker, the Mining Act, which is dealing with extractives, they will say the national government takes 70%, county government 20%, 10% to communities. Madam Speaker, this natural sharing, benefits sharing bill, we are proposing it overrides all this so that we have one formula, Madam Speaker. We don't have confusion that when these people come, the natural resource exploiters, they come to mine, they don't know. They come to do petroleum, they don't know. We want a uniform. And then that uniform should cover all the areas that I have talked about, the water, the forests, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, wildlife, Madam Speaker. It's also a natural resource. Where we come from in Tana River County, Madam Speaker, and very many parts of this country, there are huge areas which have been blocked. We can't access We can't even do, cattle rearing there. Even in dry season, they bring us problems. Now, if we don't get any benefits from those wildlife, Madam Speaker, sustaining or creating what is called sustainable development will not be there. If the local community cannot get that 40% from Tsavo National Park, that everything goes to the national government, and yet we are the ones who are living with those animals. Those animals come to destroy our crops. Those animals, they kill our people. But the government protects them, and then we don't get anything. Madam Speaker, it's our natural resource, and we ought to share. Right now, there's no framework. And what we are saying, this natural benefit sharing bill, bill number 6 of the Senate, is going to cure this problem. Madam Speaker, I want it understood that this bill is not just hanging in the air. It's based in the Constitution. The Constitution, Madam Speaker, Article 69, it is talking about the state ensuring sustainable exploitation, utilization, management, and conservation of the environment and natural resources. It is talking about equitable sharing of the accruing benefits, a very, very good provision that exists in Article 69. It is being given effect by this bill, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Article 69, Subarticle H, is talking about utilizing the environment and natural resources for the benefit of the people of Kenya. Not just this generation, but intergenerational. Madam Speaker, this bill gives that constitutional provision a way to effect it. Madam Speaker, Article 174, it talks about ensuring the equitable sharing of national and local resources throughout Kenya. So this bill, Madam Speaker, is speaking to the Constitution. The people of Kenya, when they assembled in Bomas and later on voted this, they said, we want to benefit from the resources as local communities. And Madam Speaker, since we passed the 2010 Constitution, we have not had a mechanism which brings out this aspect of the benefit to the local communities. And this bill, Madam Speaker, as I pray for its support, Madam Speaker, my fellow senators, my fellow colleagues will see that the Constitution and the people of Kenya have sent us here to make sure their aspirations that they explained in the Constitution are given effect through our lawmaking process, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wanted to say that the Commission of Revenue Allocation, which has been mentioned in this particular place, in this bill, we've said we want it to be responsible for the sharing of, for the making and preparation of the benefit sharing agreements. Madam Speaker, what are these BSA, the benefit sharing agreements? Madam Speaker, the benefit sharing agreements are the agreements I'm talking about, which clearly set out what national government is supposed to get, what county government is supposed to get, what local communities are supposed to get. And Madam Speaker, the benefit sharing agreements are so critical to this whole bill. Why? Because they are the ones, the benefit sharing agreements, Madam Speaker, they are the ones that set out what the local community should get and what the other stakeholders should get, including what the natural resource exploiter should get. So we have said, Madam Speaker, for the BSA, the benefit sharing agreements that have been provided in this bill, we have said, Madam Speaker, can you protect me from Senator Gloria?
Senator Gloria, that is out of order.
Madam Speaker, we have said the benefit sharing agreements are critical because they are the ones that actually set out what is the local community getting, what is the county government getting, what is the national government getting, what is the natural resource exploiter getting. Madam Speaker, the BSA, the benefit sharing agreements, they establish what is called the county benefit sharing committees in each county, Madam Speaker. And these committees, they actually negotiate. And Madam Speaker, note, the negotiations takes place before the natural resource exploiter is allowed to commence the work. So at that point, Madam Speaker, the committee negotiates the terms of the benefits sharing. The committee determines the money to be allocated to the local communities. The committee also engages in part of monitoring of implementation of the projects to the community that is affected by the natural resource investment. Madam Speaker, because we know that the BSAs sometimes may be manipulated or they may be made difficult to apply, we have brought in a constitutional body called the Commission for Revenue Allocation. Because it's already involved in sharing of benefits, the national cake between counties and the national government, we have brought it here to help us in the preparation of the BSA, the benefit sharing agreements. We have brought them to monitor the benefit sharing agreements. We have brought them to make sure, Madam Speaker, that the local communities are never again going to be exploited. Madam Speaker, I am begging the Senate and my colleagues to see what I'm seeing, that Kenyan communities in various places have suffered for very long. We have suffered for a very long time. This is the first time a framework is being created so that local communities can be able, Madam Speaker, to benefit. Madam Speaker, I beg to move and I call the Honorable Mheshimiwa Senator Boni Khalwale to second the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator, it is now 6:30. So this will be seconded during the next session, and I commit it to be seconded tomorrow on 2nd of March, 2023. So the session, the Senate session today is over, and we adjourn the House. Honorable Senators, it's now 6:30 p.m. Time to adjourn the House. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 2nd March, 2023 at 2:30 p.m.